It is late. The house is quiet. You are lying in the dark, and somewhere in the stillness, a question is forming, not a dramatic one, not the kind that shakes you, but a quiet one, the kind that waits for exactly this hour. How much of what I built was really me? You have been busy for a long time, decades probably. There were careers, obligations, other people to take care of, roles that fit like well-worn coats. And now it is night. The roles are folded somewhere, and the question remains. Carl Jung, Swiss psychiatrist, born in 1875 inches Keswil, a small lakeside village, spent much of his career studying what happens to a person who reaches the second half of life, still carrying the unanswered questions of the first. He found something consistent, not a crisis necessarily, more like a reckoning, a slow turning inward, like a tide reversing direction. He called it individuation. Not a cure, not a program. A process long, sometimes uncomfortable, sometimes quietly astonishing, of becoming more fully who you actually are, beneath the self you performed for the world. Tonight we sit with Jung, not the dramatic version of him, not the mystic in the tower with his visions and his stone carvings and his falling out with Freud, though all of that will come in its time. Tonight we begin simply, where he always suggested we begin, with the mirror. Imagine a man in his early 60s. His name is Richard. He spent 35 years in management. He was good at it, reliable, composed, respected. He retired 18 months ago, expecting freedom. What he found instead was a strange quiet, and in the quiet, a face in the bathroom mirror each morning that looked like him but felt like someone he had been introduced to once, long ago, and never quite gotten to know. Jung would have recognized Richard immediately, not as a patient, as a familiar type. The competent man who confused his role with his identity, who wore his persona from the Latin word for mask, the mask Roman actors wore on stage, so long and so well that he forgot there was another face underneath. Feel your breath for a moment. Nothing complicated. Just notice it moving. Jung wrote in his memoir, Memories, Dreams, Reflections, published in 1962, about the two halves of life as almost two separate projects. The first half, building, education, vocation, family, social standing, the structures a person needs to survive and function in the world. The second half, something else entirely, a summons, he called it, a call from within. Not everyone hears it. Many people enter the second half of life and simply continue the project of the first, more achievement, more acquisition, more performance. Jung was not condemning them. He was observing something. The call gets louder, especially at night, especially in the quiet. You are here tonight in this quiet because some part of you has begun to hear it. We will not rush toward anything. That is not how this works. Jung was explicit about that. The psyche moves at its own pace, in its own direction, through its own preferred materials, images, dreams, symptoms, sudden feelings in odd moments. You cannot force individuation any more than you can force a season to change. But you can begin to listen. That is what tonight is. A long, unhurried listening. The house is still. The day is behind you. Somewhere in the next few hours, you will find what you came here for. Not a solution, but a companion. A voice that has been watching the human interior for a very long time. A body of thought built over 8 decades of careful, unflinching attention. Let your shoulders drop. Let the bed hold you. We begin here, in the simplest possible place. A man in front of a mirror. A question forming in the dark. And beneath the question, the faint, patient outline of a self that has been waiting a very long time to be acknowledged. Chapter 2. The Self You Avoided. In 1913, Carl Jung sat alone in his study in Zurich. He had recently ended his collaboration with Sigmund Freud, the most important professional relationship of his life. He was 48 years old. He was hearing voices he could not explain. He was frightened. Most men in his position would have diagnosed themselves, sought treatment, put distance between themselves and whatever was rising from inside. Jung did something different. He sat down. He listened. He began writing. What followed over the next 16 years was a massive illuminated manuscript he called The Red Book, a record of his confrontation with his own interior, not a theoretical document, not a clinical text, a direct encounter with what he had, until then, mostly theorized. He emerged from that period with a conviction he held for the rest of his life. The self you have avoided is not your enemy. It is the part of you that knows the most. There is a distinction worth holding tonight. The self you have presented to the world, the capable one, the composed one, the one that meets expectations, is real. It is not fake. It developed for reasons. It served you. But it is partial. It is a selection. And everything that did not make it into the selection, the vulnerability, the doubt, the grief, the hunger that had no respectable name, went somewhere. Jung said it went into the shadow. Not into extinction, not into irrelevance, into the dark, alive, waiting. Imagine Elena. She raised 3 children, worked as a school administrator for 20 years, and was, by every external measure, a woman of extraordinary competence. She organized things beautifully. She anticipated problems before they arrived. She was, as people often told her, so capable. She took the compliment and moved on. In her mid-50s, she began having a recurring dream. In the dream, she was in a house she did not recognize, moving from room to room, looking for something she could not name. Every room was familiar in the way dreams make things familiar, almost, but not quite. She always woke before she found what she was looking for. She mentioned the dream to a therapist. The therapist asked a single question: "What do you think is in the room you have not opened yet?" Jung would have said Elena's psyche was doing exactly what it is designed to do. Dreams, in his view, are not random noise. They are communications from the deeper self, the self you have not yet integrated. The house in the dream was Elena. The unfound room was the self she had not yet allowed. Let your jaw soften. There is a phrase Jung used frequently in his later work, drawn from his clinical observations across decades. What you resist persists. He meant something specific. The psyche does not abandon what you refuse to acknowledge. It waits. It becomes more insistent over time. It finds other channels, symptoms, moods, chronic low-grade dissatisfaction, the sense that something is missing without being able to name what. The self you avoided is patient. There is something important to understand here, and it will thread through everything we discuss tonight. Avoidance of the inner self is not a character flaw. It is almost always a survival strategy that once made sense. Children learn very early which parts of themselves are acceptable to the adults around them. The loud child learns to be quiet. The sad child learns to be cheerful. The angry child learns to be accommodating. The sensitive child learns to perform toughness. These adaptations are intelligent. They work for a while, but decades later, in a dark house with a quiet mind, the adapted self begins to feel like a costume. And beneath the costume, still there, still intact, still waiting, is the original face. We are not here tonight to tear anything down. That is not what Jung advocated. He used the word integration, not excavation. The goal is not to dismantle the self you built, it is to widen it, to allow more of what was left out to find its place. Nothing is lost. It is simply waiting for you to look. Chapter 3. Shadow work begins quietly. The word shadow has accumulated a certain dramatic quality in popular psychology. People talk about shadow work as though it were a ritual, a confrontation, a dark night of the soul you schedule and survive. Jung meant something quieter. He introduced the concept systematically in the 1930s, building on earlier ideas from Freud, but departing from them significantly. For Freud, the repressed unconscious was primarily a container of sexual and aggressive drives. For Jung, it was something broader, the totality of what the conscious mind had not yet seen. The shadow was not primarily the dark, it was simply the unseen. And here is something that often surprises people encountering this idea for the first time. The shadow contains not only the parts of yourself you rejected because they seem bad, it also contains the parts you rejected because they seemed too much, too ambitious, too joyful, too needing, too creative, too sensitive for the life you had to live. The shadow is not a villain, it is a storehouse. Thomas is in his early 60s. He spent his career as a structural engineer, methodical, precise. He prided himself on the absence of what he called emotional thinking. He solved problems. He did not sit with them. When his wife of 32 years told him one evening that she felt like she was living with someone who was never quite present, he listened carefully, said he would think about it, and went to bed. He lay awake until 3 in the morning, not processing what she had said, running calculations he could not name. 2 years later, after their youngest child left home, he began waking regularly at 4 in the morning with no specific thought and no ability to return to sleep. He told his doctor. The doctor suggested sleep hygiene adjustments. Thomas implemented them. They did not help. What Thomas was experiencing, and Jung saw this pattern in many intelligent, competent men in the second half of life, was the shadow beginning to knock. Not violently, just persistently. The early morning waking was the psyche's way of saying, the things you have not looked at are still here, and we have time now to look. There are 2 kinds of self-knowledge, and most people spend their lives in the first kind only. We will come back to this. Keep it gently in mind. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Shadow work begins not with a dramatic confrontation, but with something so small it is almost embarrassing. A moment of irritation at someone who is, if you look carefully, doing something you secretly want to do but have told yourself you should not. A flash of envy you immediately suppress and label unseemly. A dream image that stays with you through the morning and refuses to dissolve. These small moments are the shadow raising its hand gently, not demanding, just indicating, here, look here, look. Rollo May, the American existential psychologist who wrote The Meaning of Anxiety in 1950, said something that resonates alongside Jung's framework. He observed that anxiety is not the enemy of growth. It is often the signal that growth is imminent, that the self is being asked to expand into territory it has not yet claimed. The mild discomfort many people feel when they begin to look inward is not a sign they are doing something wrong. It is the sign they are beginning. Jung himself wrote in a 1939 letter collected in Letters Volume 1 that the meeting with oneself is the meeting with one's own darkness. He was not being frightening. He was being precise. The self you have not yet met lives in the part of you that is not yet illuminated. Moving toward it involves moving into the dark, but slowly, at your own pace, with your own lantern. Tonight is very gentle. There is no urgency. The shadow has been waiting. It is accustomed to patience. If your mind has drifted, come back softly. We are still here. The ideas will find you. Chapter 4. Anxiety before the inner door. There is a particular kind of anxiety that does not announce itself clearly. It is not the racing heart before a presentation. It is not the fear before a medical result. It is subtler than that. A low-frequency hum, a feeling of something unfinished, a restlessness that arrives most reliably in the moments when there is nothing specific to be restless about. Jung encountered this in patient after patient in his Zurich practice, and he noticed something consistent. The anxiety intensified when people were closest to themselves, closest to the interior they had been managing from a safe distance for many years. He called the approach to the unconscious a crossing of a threshold, and like most thresholds, it produces anxiety not because of what is behind it, but because of what is being left behind. What is left behind when you begin to look inward honestly? The comfort of the known story, the reliable self-image, the sense that you have things managed. Kierkegaard, the Danish philosopher writing from Copenhagen in the 1840s, called anxiety the dizziness of freedom. He meant something specific. When we are genuinely free to choose, genuinely responsible for who we are and who we become, the openness of that can feel vertiginous. Not because freedom is bad, because it is real. And reality, in Kierkegaard's view, asks more of us than any comfortable illusion. Jung was not a Kierkegaardian in the technical sense, but he would have recognized what Kierkegaard was pointing at. The threshold anxiety most people feel at the door of the unconscious is, at its root, the anxiety of genuine encounter. If you go in there, you will find things, real things, and you will have to reckon with them. Imagine a woman named Helena. She is 58 years old. For 2 decades, she ran a regional sales team with quiet effectiveness. She is not a dramatic person. She does not, as she says, do feelings. She came to therapy because her doctor recommended it after a second bout of what he carefully called burnout. In their 3rd session, her therapist asked her a simple question. What do you want, Helena? Not what you need to do. What do you want? Helena stared at the wall for a long time. Then she said, very quietly, I have no idea. The therapist did not fill the silence. Helena began to cry, which she immediately apologized for. That pause, that I have no idea, was the anxiety before the inner door. Helena had been so thoroughly organized around external expectations that genuine desire had become inaccessible. Not gone, inaccessible. A door she had not opened in so long, she had forgotten, on some level, that it led anywhere. Let your breath settle. Feel the room around you. James Hollis, a Jungian analyst who wrote Finding Meaning in the Second Half of Life in 2005, describes what he calls the largeness of the unlived life. He means the accumulated weight of everything a person has postponed, suppressed, or set aside in the process of managing their responsibilities. The unlived life does not disappear, it accumulates, and in the second half of life, it begins pressing against the door. The anxiety Helena felt was not pathological, it was appropriate. It was the feeling of being very close to something real, after a long time spent at a careful distance. Something in the second half of life begins asking questions the first half never knew to ask. We will reach those questions. They are patient. There is no requirement, tonight or anywhere, to storm the door. Jung was adamant about this. The psyche has its own pace. Forcing the process produces not integration, but disruption. The work of individuation is more like watching than like pushing. You watch, you notice, you allow. In practice, this looks less like a confrontation and more like a gradual permission. Permission to be uncertain, permission to not know, permission to sit with the question, What do I actually want? Longer than feels comfortable, without rushing to an answer. The door does not need to be kicked down. It needs to be stood at quietly, long enough for whatever is behind it to know it is safe to open. Chapter 5. The persona grows tired. In ancient Rome, the word persona referred to the mask worn by theatre actors to signal character. A large, painted face held aloft on a stick, or in later periods, worn over the head, so the audience could see, even from the cheap seats, who was speaking. Jung borrowed this word deliberately. The persona, in his psychology, is the mask the individual develops to mediate between the inner self and the social world. It is not a deception, it is a necessity. Every person who lives in relation to other people develops some version of a persona. The persona is how we are experienced in the world. The professional manner, the parental tone, the particular composure that comes out at family gatherings, the voice that makes calls to people in authority. All of these are persona, appropriate, functional, real. The problem Jung identified was not the persona itself, it was identification with it. When a person begins to believe that the persona is the self, when the distance between the mask and the face collapses, something essential is lost, and the persona eventually grows tired. Richard, whom we met in the first chapter, experienced this as a specific exhaustion that retirement did not cure. He had expected, when the external role was removed, to feel lighter. Instead, he felt hollow, as though the structure that had been holding him up had been removed, and what remained was less than expected. He was not depressed exactly, he was disoriented. He had spent 35 years being the manager, being organized, reliable, present for others, emotionally measured. These were not fake qualities, they were genuine, but they were only part of him. And now that the role was gone, he could not locate what remained. This is what persona fatigue feels like. Not the dramatic collapse of identity, more like a quiet, persistent sense of wearing a costume that has become uncomfortable and realizing you are not entirely sure what you look like without it. Marie-Louise von Franz, Jung's most important collaborator and the scholar who completed much of his unfinished work after his death in 1961, wrote extensively about what she called the inflation of the persona. She meant the phenomenon where the social role expands to fill the entire psychological space available until the inner life has almost no room left. She observed it particularly in people who were very good at what they did professionally. The better you are at the role, the more the role wants to be all of you. Feel your shoulders. Let them drop. Donald Winnicott, the British paediatrician and psychoanalyst who practiced through the 1950s and 1960s, developed a parallel idea through a different framework. He called it the false self, a structure that develops particularly in childhood when the authentic needs and expressions of the child are consistently not met. The false self learns to anticipate what is wanted, to comply, to present the acceptable face. It is protective, it is intelligent, and over time it becomes the primary face presented to the world. What Winnicott and Jung were describing from different angles was the same phenomenon. A self built around external demands, competent and often genuinely caring, but carrying within it a permanent low-level ache, the ache of the interior self that was never quite allowed to fully speak. The persona grows tired. Winnicott's false self grows tired. And the tiredness is itself a message, not a catastrophe. A communication. Something in the second half of life begins asking questions the first half never knew to ask. Who am I when no one needs anything from me? What do I actually feel when I have time to feel it? What would I choose if choosing were possible? These questions are not idle philosophical exercises. They are the voice of individuation beginning. The deep self, patient for decades, finally finding the right conditions to make itself heard. There is a cost to being good, to performing goodness, reliability, competence, composure, that most people have never stopped to calculate. Jung knew it. We will reach it. For now, let this settle. The persona is not your enemy. It brought you here. But it was never meant to be all of you. Let your body be heavy. Let the night hold you. Chapter 6. The Cost of Being Good. In Zurich in the 1940s, Jung received a letter from a woman who described herself as a person who had never given anyone any trouble. She was proud of this. She had been considerate, accommodating, self-effacing for so long that she could barely remember having a need of her own that she had acted on without apologizing for it. She wrote to him because she had recently, after her children left home, begun experiencing what she called a sourness she could not explain or locate. Nothing was wrong. Everything had been managed. And yet, Jung's response, paraphrased in later correspondence, because his reply to her directly is not preserved, contained something he would repeat throughout his career. That the person who has been entirely good in the social sense, who has never disappointed or inconvenienced anyone, who has organized their entire life around meeting expectation, has paid a very high price for that achievement. The price is the self, not all of it, but a significant portion. The portion that would have wanted things it should not want, felt things it was not supposed to feel, said things that might have made someone uncomfortable. Alice Miller, the Swiss psychoanalyst who wrote The Drama of the Gifted Child in 1979, traced this pattern with particular precision. She observed that children who are especially attuned to the needs and moods of the adults around them, sensitive, perceptive, emotionally intelligent children often learn very early to suppress their own interior experience in favor of managing the emotional environment. They become expert at being good. And that expertise, while socially valuable, comes at the cost of genuine contact with their own inner life. Thomas, the structural engineer who woke at 4 a.m, was one of these children. He had grown up with a father whose moods were unpredictable. Thomas had become, by age 9, extraordinarily skilled at reading the room, at knowing when to be quiet, when to achieve, when to take up precisely the right amount of space and no more. It was a gift. It allowed him to survive and later to thrive in environments that required constant calibration to others. But it was also an early tuition. The lesson, my needs and feelings are secondary. Managing the situation is primary. He carried that lesson for 50 years without ever quite examining it. Notice your breath. There is nothing to solve tonight. Just listen. John Bowlby, the British psychologist who developed attachment theory beginning in the 1940s and 1950s, would frame this differently, but point to the same territory. He demonstrated that children develop their understanding of their own worth, their sense of whether their needs will be met, whether they are deserving of care, through early relational experiences. The child who learns consistently that their needs are a burden or that love is conditional on performance does not experience this as a wound at the time. It is simply reality. The adaptation is immediate and largely unconscious. What Bowlby documented clinically, Jung mapped symbolically, a pattern established early in which the expression of genuine inner life is managed, suppressed, or redirected in the service of external harmony. The cost of being good is not small. It is paid slowly, over decades, in the currency of unrealized feeling, unexpressed need, and a persistent low-grade sense of being slightly adjacent to your own life. There is a cost to being perceived as good that Jung spent decades trying to name. We will reach it fully. For now, notice the shape of it, the familiar quality, the recognition. Erik Erikson, the developmental psychologist who mapped the stages of human life in the 1950s, described the central task of later life as ego integrity, the capacity to look back at one's life and find it coherent, acceptable, one's own. The failure of this task produces what he called despair. Not dramatic despair, the quieter kind, the sense that too much was left unlived. The antidote to that despair, in Jung's view, is not regret, it is not reconstruction, it is something more available than either. It is honesty. Not the performed honesty of confession, but the interior honesty of finally allowing yourself to feel what you have been feeling, name what you have been carrying, and recognize, without punishment, how much of your goodness was genuinely chosen and how much was required. Both things can be true. That is the beginning of wisdom. Chapter 7. The Unlived Life Returns. At some point, usually quietly, the unlived life comes back. Not in dramatic form, not as a crisis necessarily. It arrives in smaller ways, a feeling of unexpected sadness at a piece of music you used to love. A sudden, disproportionate longing for something you cannot name. A thought that begins, "I always wanted to," and then stops itself. James Hollis, in his clinical work with people in the second half of life, documents this pattern with great care. He calls it the confrontation with what has not been lived. He is not describing regret exactly, though regret is sometimes part of it. He is describing something more specific, the recognition that the self has a range it has not yet explored. A person can be genuinely satisfied with their life and still feel the pull of the unlived. These are not contradictory. The life was worth living exactly as it was. and there was more in you than the life required. Seneca wrote to his friend Lucilius in letters collected after Seneca's death in 65 CE, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a great deal of it." He meant something slightly different from what Jung would mean, but the territory overlaps. Time is not the enemy, inattention is the enemy. The life unlived is not always the life unpermitted. Sometimes it is simply the life unnoticed. The unlived life is the thinker who never read, the artist who never made, the friend who was never allowed to simply sit without an agenda. It is the part of you that wanted solitude, or community, or adventure, or stillness. Whatever the opposite of what you organized your life around, let the weight of your body press into the surface beneath you. Richard, 6 months into his retirement, found himself standing in a used bookshop on a rainy Tuesday afternoon, something he had walked past for 20 years and never entered. He spent 2 hours there. He bought 7 books. He walked home in the rain without noticing. That evening, his wife asked him how his day was. He said, and surprised himself saying it, "I think I had a good day." Jung would have recognized this. The unlived life, when it returns, does not always announce itself grandly. It arrives in bookshops on rainy afternoons, in a decision to take the long way home, in a conversation you let run longer than you scheduled. The psyche is not punishing you for what you did not live. It is simply indicating what still wants to be lived. This is an important distinction. Jung was not a philosopher of regret. He did not advise his patients to rebuild their lives or abandon what they had built. He advocated for addition, for allowing what had been excluded to find a small, genuine space, for recognizing that integration does not require renovation. It requires honesty. Viktor Frankl, who survived 3 years in Nazi concentration camps including Auschwitz and Dachau, and who wrote Man's Search for Meaning in 1945, made an observation relevant here. He noticed that what kept people alive, psychologically alive, beyond the physical, was often a sense of something still ahead, not hope in the naive sense, more precise than that, a sense of something in themselves that had not yet been expressed. The unlived life is that something. It is not a reproach. It is a resource. Nothing asks you to change anything tonight. Just feel the quiet shape of what has not yet had its moment, the interest you have not pursued, the feeling you have not let yourself have, the conversation you have been preparing for years with no particular audience. The unlived life is still here, still patient, still entirely available. Chapter 8. Shame beneath success. There is a particular relationship between achievement and shame that is rarely discussed openly, because acknowledging it requires admitting to something that feels counterintuitive. The most successful people often carry the deepest shame, not always, not as a rule, but often enough that Jung and the analysts who followed him noted it as a pattern worth naming. The mechanism is subtle. Achievement, in most cultural frameworks, is a response to a fear of not being enough. The child who learns that love is contingent on performance, on results, on meeting expectation, learns to achieve in order to secure that love. Achievement becomes the currency of worthiness. And it works. Externally, it works very well. The achiever produces results. They are valued, they are respected. By many measures, they are successful. But the inner accounting is different. Because the achiever knows at some level, in some quiet room of the interior, that the achievement is not the same as being loved for who they actually are. The achievement is earned. The love, if it is contingent on achievement, is also earned. And earned love is not quite the same as received love. Beneath the success, then, a quiet thought. If they knew what I was actually like, without the performance, would any of this remain? This is the shame beneath success, not the shame of failure, the shame of performance. The anxiety that the real self, the one that has doubts, needs, weaknesses, dark thoughts at 3 a.m, would not, if visible, be acceptable. Breathe. Let your hands rest. Elena, the school administrator, found this territory in her therapist's office in an unexpected moment. She had been describing with considerable composure her professional accomplishments. Her therapist listened and then said, "You sound more certain about your value to other people than about your own." Elena stopped. She said eventually, "I suppose I have been useful." The word useful hung in the room. Not worthy, not loved, not seen. Useful. This is the vocabulary of the persona without the self. The language of function rather than being. And for Elena, as for many people in the second half of life, that language had been so fluent for so long that she had barely noticed it was the only language she used about herself. Bessel van der Kolk, the Dutch-American psychiatrist who wrote The Body Keeps the Score in 2014, documented something relevant here from a clinical angle. He showed that unprocessed emotional experience, including the chronic low-grade shame of performance-based self-worth, does not simply live in the mind, it lives in the body. In the habitual tightening of the chest, in the perpetual readiness to manage, in the difficulty of simply being still without feeling the anxiety of unproductiveness. The body, in other words, keeps the score of the shame as well as the triumph. Jung did not frame this as pathology. He framed it as unfinished business. The shame beneath success is not evidence that the success was illegitimate or the person is broken. It is evidence that the person built something real and useful in the world while leaving a significant portion of their inner life unacknowledged. The unacknowledged portion does not disappear, it waits. Thomas, in his late 60s, after 2 years of early morning wakefulness, finally told a friend, just one friend, quietly, over coffee, that he sometimes felt like a fraud. That despite everything he had accomplished, he expected someone, eventually, to look more carefully and find the emptiness. His friend looked at him for a moment, then said, "I feel exactly the same way." 2 men in their 60s, each carrying the same quiet weight for decades, neither having previously said it aloud. That is what Jung was pointing toward. Not confession as performance, honesty as contact. The recognition that the interior experience we have been most careful to hide is often the most universally human thing about us. The shame beneath success is not a secret. It is the most common thing in the room. Chapter 9, The Inner Critic Softens. If your mind has drifted, come back gently. We are still here. You don't need to have followed every word. The parts that matter will find you. There is a voice most people carry that they have become so accustomed to they barely notice it anymore. It arrives reliably, in the moment of a mistake, in the pause before a decision, in the quiet after a difficult day. It says something along the lines of, not enough, too slow, should have known better, why did you do that? Jung did not give this voice a single fixed name. In his earlier work, he associated it partly with what he called the shadow, the rejected aspects of the self turned inward and critical. Later analysts in the Jungian tradition, and writers like Robert Johnson in Owning Your Own Shadow from 1991, expanded this framework to describe the inner critic as a kind of internalized authority, an external voice once heard from parents or teachers or significant early figures that was absorbed and then applied to the self with remarkable consistency. The inner critic, in this view, is not original. It is inherited. That is worth sitting with. The harshest things you say to yourself were, almost certainly, learned from someone else. They arrived from outside. You took them in because you were young and the people around you were large, and their words shaped the interior landscape before you had any capacity to evaluate them. Thomas stopped one morning, standing in his kitchen making coffee, and noticed the voice that was doing its usual accounting. He was late finishing a project. The voice was thorough. He found himself, almost by accident, saying to himself, where did that voice come from? Not from him. From a father who was precise and exacting, and who communicated approval primarily through its absence. That recognition did not silence the voice, but it changed its status from inner truth to inherited opinion. Ethan Kross, the American psychologist who wrote Chatter in 2021, documented something relevant here. He found that the way we address ourselves in self-talk has measurable effects on emotional regulation. Specifically, using your own name, speaking to yourself in the third person rather than in the unrelenting first person, creates a small but real psychological distance from the intensity of the inner critic. Why did Thomas do that? Lands differently and more manageably than, why did I do that? The shift is tiny. The difference is real. Let your forehead smooth. Let your jaw release. What Jung observed, and what his later followers elaborated, is that the inner critic softens not through argument, but through acknowledgement. The critic is doing what it was trained to do. It is trying to protect. It learned early that the best protection available was anticipating failure before others could point to it. Argue with it, and it gets louder. Hear it, genuinely hear it, without agreeing, and something shifts. The volume drops, not because you defeated it, because you listened. Marie-Louise von Franz wrote about what she called the tyranny of the inner authority, the voice that insists on perfection, that catalogues every deviation, that is never quite satisfied. She observed that this tyrant is always smaller than it sounds. It speaks with enormous authority. It actually has very little. It borrows its power from your attention and your belief. Withdraw the belief, not through denial, but through honest examination, and the critic becomes what it actually is. An anxious voice, working very hard, doing its best with what it was given. The inner critic softens when you stop treating it as the final word. It is not the final word. It is an early word, a borrowed word. And beneath it, quieter but more durable, is a voice that is actually yours. Slower, warmer, less certain, and more honest. That voice is part of what we are moving toward tonight. Chapter 10. Dreams that tell the truth. Jung spent 60 years attending to dreams, not as curiosities, not as symptoms to be decoded like a simple cipher, as communications from the deeper self, images produced by the psyche in the one extended period each day when the persona is laid aside and the interior speaks without supervision. He was explicit that dreams are not prophecy and not random noise. They are, in his phrase, the royal road to the unconscious. The most direct access most people ever have to the parts of themselves they are not, in waking life, attending to. The images in dreams are not literal, they are symbolic. The dream of a house is not about a house. It is usually, in the Jungian framework, about the self, the different rooms corresponding to different aspects of the interior life. The dream of being chased is rarely about a literal pursuer. It is more often about something the dreamer has been avoiding that has, in the nighttime imagery, taken on a pursuing shape. Elena's recurring dream, the house with the unfound room, was the psyche's way of representing, in a form she could almost remember, the portion of herself she had not yet explored. When she eventually found the room in a later dream, it was not frightening, it was simple, a room with a window and a chair and a view of a garden. Nothing dramatic, just quiet. She cried when she described it to her therapist. She could not initially explain why. The therapist said, maybe because it was so ordinary, like something you had been allowed to want all along. Dreams, in the Jungian framework, often carry the emotional tone of the truth before the mind can articulate it. The feeling in the dream, the particular quality of comfort or dread or sorrow, is the information. The images are the vehicle. Notice your breath. The night is long and quiet. Marcus Aurelius, Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, kept a private journal, the Meditations, that functioned not as record-keeping, but as a form of self-examination. Each morning, he wrote to himself. He rehearsed his values examined his failures, prepared for the difficulty of the day ahead. He never published it. It was not meant for an audience. What he was doing was something structurally similar to what Jung would recommend for dream work: a private, honest conversation with the interior, a space in which the performing self is set aside and the actual one is allowed to speak. The medium was different: written reflection versus dream imagery. The intention was the same: to know what you actually think, feel, believe, without the modifications required by public life. Robert Johnson, the Jungian analyst who spent 50 years working with dreams and symbols, described a practice as simple as writing down the images of a dream immediately upon waking, not interpreting, just recording. The act of recording is itself a communication back to the unconscious. I heard you. I am paying attention. That simple acknowledgement often changes the content of subsequent dreams. The psyche, having been heard, becomes gentler in its communications. Jung himself was a devoted dream recorder. The Red Book is full of dream imagery that he sat with, drew, and wrote about across 16 years. He was not searching for meaning in the linear sense. He was allowing meaning to accumulate, trusting that the pattern would become visible if he paid sustained attention. Dreams tell the truth in the only language available to the deeper self: image, symbol, feeling, the strange logic of narrative that does not obey daylight rules. Learning to listen to that language, not to decode it definitively, but to remain curious about it, is one of the quietest and most sustained forms of self-knowledge available. You may not remember your dreams tonight. That is fine. The psyche speaks in other languages too, in moods that arrive without cause, in the disproportionate response to a piece of music, in the sudden awareness, standing in an ordinary place, that something is present that is trying to be recognized. Listen for those moments. They are dreams in another form. Chapter 11, Grief for Former Selves. There is a grief most people carry that has no obvious object. It is not the grief of loss of a person, a place, a time that is gone. It is the grief of a version of yourself that no longer exists. The self who believed certain things. The self who had certain possibilities still ahead. The self before a particular decision was made, or before a particular understanding settled in, or before the years accumulated to their current number. Jung addressed this in his writing on the second half of life. He observed that one of the genuinely difficult passages of midlife and later life is not just the forward pressure of new development, but the backward pull of mourning what has been left behind. The young self, with its particular combination of hope and naivety. The body at 30, 40, 50, which moved differently, which was not yet carrying the accumulated small history of its injuries. The dreams that were not yet tested against reality. The openness to possibility that has not yet narrowed into the particular path that was actually taken. None of this is tragic. The narrowing is necessary. A life requires choices. Every choice includes giving up the alternatives. But the alternatives were real. They existed as possibilities. And the grief for what could have been is not indulgent, it is honest. Irvin Yalom, the American existential psychiatrist who has written about death, meaning, and the structure of a human life since the 1970s, describes what he calls the unlived life in terms closely related to Jung's. He has spent decades sitting with people at the end of life, and what he reports consistently is this: the regrets are rarely about what was done. They are about what was not allowed. What was too frightening to attempt? What was saved for a later that did not arrive? Let your body rest. Nothing tonight asks anything of you except this: to listen. Richard found this territory unexpectedly. He was sorting through boxes of old papers from his professional career, files he had kept because discarding them had seemed at the time like discarding something important. In one box, he found a folder labeled in his handwriting from 1989 other ideas. He could not remember making the folder. He opened it. Inside were clippings about a small landscape architecture firm, some notes about going back to school, a sketch of a garden design that was his. He recognized his own drawing style that he had no memory of making. He sat on the floor for a long time, not devastated, but genuinely moved by the evidence of a version of himself he had forgotten was ever present. A self that had wanted something different and had set it aside so completely that the wanting itself had become invisible. This is the grief for former selves, not the grief that collapses you, the grief that is more like recognition, a moment of contact with the full breadth of what you have been and chosen and set aside. James Hollis writes that this grieving is not optional in the process of individuation. It is part of the work. The person who refuses to mourn their former selves, who insists there is nothing to mourn, who converts all loss into gratitude with insufficient time in between, is, in Hollis's view, skipping a necessary step. The grief is honest. It belongs. Let it be here tonight without needing to resolve it. The former selves are not gone. They are present in you, in the archive of your choices and your longings and the particular way you move through the world. The 40-year-old is still in you. The 20-year-old is in you. The child is in you. We will meet the child soon. None of them needed to be abandoned. They needed to be incorporated. That is the Jungian word, and it is a good one. Not transcended, not left behind, brought in. Chapter 12. Loneliness inside the persona. The loneliness of the persona is a very particular kind. It is not the loneliness of isolation. You can be surrounded by people, family, colleagues, neighbors, the continuous social texture of a full life, and still feel, at some hour of the night or in some pause between obligations, a loneliness that none of that contact resolves. Because the contact is happening at the level of the persona between your social self and the social selves of the people around you. And the deeper self, watching from further in, remains unmet. Jung was specific about this. He said that genuine encounter, what Martin Buber, the Austrian philosopher writing in the early 20th century, called an I-thou relationship, requires the actual self to be present, not just the functioning, performing, competent self, the real one. Most people do not offer the real one very often. It feels too exposed, too uncertain, too much the opposite of the controlled image that has, over decades, become reliable. And so they are known but not seen, connected but not met, accompanied but not less alone, in the specific way that matters. Thomas had a particular friend he had known for 40 years. They golfed together, they talked about sports, their children, the news, the small comedies and frustrations of daily life. He genuinely liked this friend, but he had never once, in 4 decades, said anything to him that was actually true about his inner life. Not because he was hiding, because it never came up, because neither of them had ever opened that kind of conversation, because the persona was so established between them that departing from it felt almost rude, like showing up to a formal dinner in pajamas. This is the structural loneliness of the persona, not a failure of friendship, a structural gap, the gap between the self that shows up and the self that stays home. Let your breath be easy. Feel the quiet. Alice Miller observed that the child who learned to be attuned to others, to read the room, to manage the emotional environment, to be the good one, often grows into an adult who is exceptionally skilled at knowing what other people need and feel while remaining almost entirely uninformed about their own interior. The attunement is all outward. The inner landscape is unmapped. Helena realized this in a difficult moment. Her oldest friend of 30 years called her during a particularly hard period, in genuine distress. Helena listened beautifully. She asked the right questions. She was warm, precise, entirely present. After the call, she hung up and thought, in 30 years, I have never called her and said anything like what she just said to me. Not because she had not felt things that difficult, but because it had never occurred to her as a possibility. The loneliness inside the persona is the loneliness of never quite being allowed to need anything. Jung's cure for this, if cure is the right word, which he would probably dispute, was not a prescription for vulnerability. He was not advising anyone to confess their interior life to every available listener. He was recommending something more careful than that. He was recommending finding the places, the people, the solitudes, the practices where the persona could be set aside without the world ending, where the face beneath the mask could exist for an hour or an evening or a long walk in the rain, where the loneliness, acknowledged, could become the beginning of something more honest than performance. Even one such place is enough. Even one person to whom you can say something true and have it received without being managed or fixed or reframed. That one place is worth more than any amount of social contact at the level of the mask. Chapter 13, The Wound Behind Control. There is a predictable relationship between the need to control and an earlier wound. Not always, not in every case, but often enough that a therapist of any tradition, Jungian, psychoanalytic, attachment-based, cognitive, will recognize. When a patient presents with an unusually rigid need for control over their environment, people, or outcomes, that somewhere behind that need there is a moment or a sustained period when control was absent and the absence was very difficult. Control is a reasonable response to uncertainty. When the early environment is unpredictable, when the parent is unreliable, when love is conditional, when safety cannot be assumed, the child develops control as a survival strategy. Order is created internally to compensate for the chaos externally. That strategy, again, is intelligent. It works and it persists. Decades later, in the adult life, the environment is usually not chaotic in the original sense, but the control mechanism does not know that. It was wired in early, and it continues to operate because it has never received a clear signal that the emergency is over. Richard's wife once said to him, gently, during an argument about nothing in particular, "You know, Richard, I think you feel safest when everything is scheduled." He had been annoyed by this at the time. He thought about it for years afterward. She was right. He had grown up with a mother whose depression had made the household unpredictable. He had learned, by 10 years old, to manage the household calendar, to know where everyone was, to anticipate what would be needed and have it ready. It was how he kept the world from surprising him in the ways that were most frightening. He became, as an adult, an excellent manager. He was reliable precisely because reliability had been his first and most necessary way of being safe. The wound behind control is not usually a dramatic wound. It is often more like a chronic insufficientness. The environment that was never quite secure enough. The relationship that was never quite predictable enough. The love that was never quite unconditional enough. Feel the weight of your hands. Let them rest. Bessel van der Kolk's research documented the physiological persistence of early threat. The nervous system that was formed in an environment of unreliable safety does not automatically update when the adult environment becomes safer. It continues operating on its original calibration, vigilant, prepared, managing. This is not weakness. It is, in van der Kolk's phrase, the biology of survival. But the biology of survival is exhausting when deployed in peacetime. When the war is over and the person is still in the defensive posture, still scanning, still managing, still unable to let the shoulders drop all the way, because all the way down still feels, at some cellular level, like exposure. Jung's approach to this was characteristically oblique. He did not advise his patients to simply relax. He knew that instruction to be useless. He invited them instead to become curious about the control, to ask, what is this protecting? What does it fear? When the answer to that question comes, and it usually comes slowly, in fragments, often through dreams or sudden unguarded feelings, the control softens. Not because it has been argued out of existence, because its original purpose has finally been acknowledged. The wound behind control needed to be seen to stop driving. That is not a quick process, but it is possible. And it begins, as most things in Jung's psychology begin, with the willingness to look. The wound behind control is worth treating with great gentleness, because the person who developed the control was not wrong to develop it. The child in the unpredictable household was doing exactly the right thing for the conditions available. The problem is not the adaptation. The problem is the persistence of the adaptation into conditions it was never designed for. Bowlby's attachment research documented this persistence with clinical precision. The attachment patterns formed in early childhood, the hypervigilance of the anxiously attached child, the self-sufficiency of the avoidantly attached child, do not automatically update when the environment changes. They continue as defaults. The nervous system runs the original program until it receives a clear, repeated, embodied signal that the original conditions are no longer operative. That signal takes time to register. It takes the repeated experience of releasing the control and not being destroyed by what follows, of sitting in the river's uncertainty and finding the river is safe, of letting the shoulders drop all the way and discovering that all the way is survivable. The wound behind control heals slowly, in the specific, embodied way that old wounds heal, not by disappearing, but by becoming part of the tissue, present, no longer raw. Chapter 14. Self-worth without performance. The question of self-worth is one of the most persistent in Jung's clinical work, and also one of the most difficult to address directly, because most of the things commonly recommended as its cure are in fact extensions of the problem. Do more, achieve more, be more consistent, build better habits, perform better self-care. All of these, at root, are performance-based approaches to a problem that has its origin in performance-based thinking. They ask you to earn your worth through different means. Jung was after something different. He was pointing toward a worth that does not require earning. That precedes achievement. That is, in his language, ontological, rooted in being rather than doing. This is not a motivational claim. It is a clinical observation. He noticed, across decades of work with patients, that the persistent unhappiness of many capable, accomplished people was not a function of insufficient achievement. It was a function of having never located the self beneath the achievement, the self that has value simply by existing. William James, the American philosopher and psychologist who wrote The Principles of Psychology in 1890, made a distinction worth remembering here. He observed that self-esteem, as he understood it, was a ratio, a relationship between actual achievement and aspired achievement. When you achieve what you aspire to, esteem rises. When you fail to, it falls. But James also gestured towards something he called the deeper self, a core that is not subject to the ratio, that is simply present, that is there before the achievements and after them. Jung spent his career trying to locate that core. He called it the self with a capital S, distinct from the ego, which is the conscious, achieving, performing center. The self is larger. It is the totality of the psyche. Conscious and unconscious, persona and shadow, everything that has been lived and everything that has not. It cannot be achieved. It can only be found. Helena found it in the strangest moment. She was sitting in her car in a parking garage after a doctor's appointment that had turned out to be nothing significant. She had been frightened before the appointment. She was, unexpectedly, flooded with relief after. And sitting in her car in the concrete echo of the garage, she noticed she was glad to be alive. Not proud of something, not satisfied with something, simply glad to be here. Present and existing. Let your jaw release. Let your forehead smooth. That gladness, that simple, unearned gladness at existing, was, in Jung's framework, contact with the self. Not the performing self, not the competent self. The simply existing self, the one that is there beneath everything. It does not arrive reliably. It is not available on demand. It arrives in the spaces between performance, in parking garages after the fear has passed, in the 5 minutes before anyone else is awake, in the long pause of a quiet night. But it is there. It has always been there. And once recognized, it changes the accounting. If the worth is real without the performance, then the performance becomes a choice rather than a survival mechanism. Something you do because it has value, not because your existence depends on it. That is a different life. Not a dramatically different life from the outside, roughly the same days, roughly the same activities, but lived from a different place inside. The place beneath the mask. The face that was always there. The philosopher Simone Weil, writing from Paris in the 1940s, made a distinction that belongs here. She wrote about the difference between self-respect earned through achievement and what she called justice toward oneself. The recognition that every person, simply by existing, carries an irreducible worth that precedes and exceeds their accomplishments. She was writing in a context of extreme social injustice. But the principle applies inward. The justice toward oneself that Weil described is the interior recognition Jung was pointing toward with the capital S self. The worth that does not require earning. That is simply there. This recognition cannot be argued into existence. It cannot be produced by affirmation or by instruction. It arrives, if it arrives, through experience. The experience of existing without performing. The 5 minutes before anyone else is awake. The parking garage after the fear has passed. The bench by the river on a Thursday. The space where, briefly, no performance is required, and what remains is simply the self, existing and sufficient. Those moments accumulate. They begin, slowly, to be recognized as the truth about the self rather than interruptions in the more important business of the performed life. Chapter 15. Meeting the Inner Child. This is a phrase that has acquired, in the popular psychology of the last 30 years, a certain softness that its original clinical meaning does not entirely share. The inner child, in the Jungian and post-Jungian tradition, is not simply the playful or imaginative part of the adult, it is more specific than that. It is the preserved interior of the child the adult once was, with that child's particular needs, fears, and unresolved emotional experiences still intact. Donald Winnicott spent decades working with children and their mothers, observing the conditions under which the true self could develop freely and the conditions under which it went into hiding. What he found was that children are extraordinarily sensitive to the emotional environment around them. They pick up on tension, conditional love, unexpressed anxiety, and the subtle messages of what is and is not acceptable. And they adapt, beautifully, flexibly, and at some cost. The child who suppresses its own needs to avoid burdening an already burdened parent does not experience that suppression as loss at the time. It is simply what is required. But that suppression does not dissolve. The child grows into an adult still waiting, on some level, for the permission to need. Thomas, in therapy at 62, was asked by his therapist to imagine meeting a younger version of himself. He found this uncomfortable. He was not a person who engaged naturally with imaginative exercises, but he tried. He imagined himself at age 9, the boy who was already managing the household's emotional weather, already performing competence he had not yet earned, already carrying responsibilities that did not fit the size of his hands. He found himself, to his considerable surprise, sorry, not guilty, just quietly, genuinely sorry, for the boy who had to grow up so quickly. That sorrow was not weakness. In the Jungian framework, it was integration. The adult making contact with the child that still lived in him, acknowledging what had been required. Not for the purpose of blame, no blame was being assigned, but for the purpose of honesty. Feel your breath move. The night is steady. Alice Miller wrote that many adults spend their lives achieving the recognition they did not receive as children. The child who needed to be seen for who they actually were, not who they performed, did not get enough of that seeing. The adult goes out into the world and acquires, through achievement, the substitute. Prizes, positions, praise. The prizes are real, the positions are real, the praise is real, but they are not addressed to the child who needed to be seen. They are addressed to the performing adult. The inner child remains in the waiting room, still holding the original question, am I enough simply as I am? The adult who can answer that question honestly, directly to the child inside does something the trophies cannot. They provide what was originally missing, not from outside, from within. This is not a guided meditation. It is not a technique to be performed correctly or incorrectly. It is a recognition, quiet, private, requiring no audience, that the child you were is still in you, still carrying certain things, and still, at some level, waiting. Not for rescue, not for rehabilitation, simply for acknowledgement. You were a child who did your best with what you were given, and what you were given was imperfect, as it always is. And the imperfection left marks, and the marks are not your failure. They are the record of a life already in progress, being lived honestly, with everything that entails. The inner child in the Jungian framework is not a permanent resident of the past. It is a living portion of the present self. The needs it carries are not historical, they are current. The need for genuine acceptance, not acceptance contingent on performance, but the simple, unconditional recognition of the actual self, is alive in the adult who learned not to expect it. This is what makes the work of meeting the inner child both tender and genuinely therapeutic. Not the nostalgic revisitation of childhood, the current recognition that the original need for genuine, unconditional acknowledgement is still present, and that it can now be offered from within by the adult self to the child self. The acknowledgement that could not be reliably provided then can be provided now. This is not self-pity, it is structural, the completion of something incomplete. The acknowledgement finally offered that the original self was real and worthy and needed what it needed, and its needing was not weakness or excess. The child you were did not require a perfect childhood. It required sufficient acknowledgement of its reality. What was insufficient then can be provided now from within in the practice of genuine interior honesty. Chapter 16. Projection as a lantern. If your mind has been drifting, that is fine. Come back gently. We are still here. The parts that matter will find you. Projection is one of the most elegant concepts in Jung's psychology, and also one of the most difficult to catch in the act, because by its nature it is invisible from the inside. The mechanism is this: an aspect of the self that has not been consciously acknowledged. Something in the shadow gets attributed to another person. The anger you cannot claim in yourself, you see, with unusual clarity in someone else. The arrogance you have not admitted to, you recognize immediately with a particular intensity in a colleague. The tenderness you are afraid to feel, you find yourself dismissing with some impatience in the overly sentimental people around you. The things that bother you most persistently in others are, Jung suggested, often the places to look within. Not always. This is important. Sometimes a person is genuinely behaving badly, and your irritation is simply appropriate. But the irritation that has a particular charge, that sticks, that replays, that seems out of proportion to its cause, that is worth a second look. Jung called this looking withdrawing projections. The process of recognizing that what you have been seeing in the other person is partly a mirror of something in yourself, and of bringing that projected quality home. This is why he used the word lantern. Projection, while it distorts, also illuminates. The thing that hooks you in another person is pointing, however indirectly, at something in yourself. Robert Johnson, in his book Owning Your Own Shadow, describes how a man who is deeply irritated by the laziness he perceives in others is often suppressing a genuine, legitimate need for rest in himself. He has learned to work hard and to judge any departure from effort as a moral failing. The suppressed rest takes the form of the judgment of others. When he withdraws the projection, when he recognizes the suppressed need for rest as his own, something shifts. The irritation with others softens. The judgment loses its charge. And the man can finally, possibly, allow himself an afternoon. Let your shoulders drop. Let the room be quiet around you. Elena, in her mid-50s, found a particularly consistent irritation in a younger colleague she described as too emotional. The colleague wore her feelings plainly. She cried when she was moved. She expressed frustration when she was frustrated. Elena found this, she admitted, frankly embarrassing. Her therapist asked after some time, "What would it mean for you to be allowed to do any of that?" Elena was silent for a long time. Then, "I think it would mean that something had gone seriously wrong." The intensity of Elena's irritation with her colleague was the projection speaking. The suppressed emotional expressiveness of Elena herself trained out of her so thoroughly she could not recognize it as a loss, appearing in another person as a quality she could barely tolerate. When she began to see this, slowly, over several months, something happened that she had not anticipated. She became warmer, not more emotional in the performed sense, but gentler, more patient with other people's feelings, because she had started, quietly, to become more patient with her own. This is the lantern quality of projection. The shadow, when projected, reveals itself. The work is to look at what it is showing you, not to eliminate the irritation by force of will, but to become curious about what it might be pointing toward, what bothers you most reliably in others. Sit with that question gently, not to judge yourself, to find the door it might be indicating. Chapter 17. What anger was protecting. Anger is the emotion most consistently misidentified in the second half of life. Not because people do not feel it, they do, often quite intensely, but because anger, in many of the people who arrive at midlife, having spent decades performing reasonableness, is functioning as a container. What looks like anger on the surface is frequently something else beneath, something softer, more vulnerable, more frightening than anger. Usually grief, sometimes fear, sometimes longing, sometimes the accumulated weight of needs that were expressed as demands that were converted into resentment that was finally expressed as anger. Adam is in his late 50s. He described himself to his therapist as someone who had a bit of a temper. He was apologetic about it. He said he did not understand it. He did not think of himself as an angry person. He was generally easygoing, but occasionally something would happen and the response would be disproportionate. His therapist asked him to describe the last time this had happened. He described an argument with his adult son over a minor household decision that had escalated to a level neither of them had intended. His therapist asked, "What were you actually feeling underneath the anger, Adam started to say he was not sure. Then he stopped, then said quietly, "Afraid that he doesn't need me anymore." The anger was protecting that fear. The fear was too exposed to show directly. The anger was available, and it was armor. It kept the conversation at a manageable distance from the actual feeling. Feel the weight of your body. Nothing here asks you to perform anything. Jung understood anger as almost always multiply-layered. The surface is the feeling. Beneath it is the interpretation, the meaning the psyche has assigned to the triggering event. Beneath the interpretation is often a core vulnerability that the interpretation was built to defend. Adam's anger at his son was not, at its root, anger. It was the terror of becoming irrelevant to someone he loved. And beneath that terror, one layer deeper, was a belief he had never examined, that his worth to his son was contingent on his usefulness, that when the usefulness ended, the connection would too. That belief had a history. It had been formed, as most such beliefs are, in early relational experience. It was not original to Adam, it was inherited, and it had been driving his responses to his son without his awareness for years. When he saw it, when the anger's protective function became visible, something changed. He did not stop feeling the anger immediately. Insight is not a light switch, but he began to be able to pause in the moment and ask, what is this actually about? That pause is enormous. That pause is the space between the stimulus and the response that Viktor Frankl wrote about so memorably, the space where choice becomes possible. Rollo May, in Love and Will, published in 1969, wrote that the capacity to feel anger is, paradoxically, a sign of psychological health. The person who cannot feel anger has usually suppressed so much of their interior life that the anger went underground with everything else. What looks like equanimity may be depletion. True equanimity in the Jungian view is not the absence of feeling, it is the capacity to feel fully and remain grounded, to be moved without being swept away. What is your anger protecting? You do not need to answer that tonight, but it is worth keeping in mind as a question. The places in your life where the response has been larger than the situation seemed to warrant, those are the places the shadow is pointing. Not accusation, invitation. To look one layer beneath the obvious. Chapter 18. The Fear of Becoming Whole. This is, perhaps, the strangest fear Jung identified. Strange because it seems contradictory on its surface. Why would anyone fear becoming whole? But Jung insisted it was real and common. The fear of wholeness, in his view, arises from a specific source. The wholeness being sought would include portions of the self that the person has spent considerable effort rejecting. If you have built your identity around being one kind of person, controlled, competent, organized, reasonable, self-sufficient, then the wholeness Jung is pointing toward would require incorporating the parts that are not those things, the parts that are uncertain, needy, irrational, vulnerable, spontaneous without knowing where the spontaneity is going. To become whole, by Jung's definition, is not to become better, it is to become more, to include what was excluded. And including what was excluded changes the shape of the self. That change can feel, from inside the existing identity, like a threat to the stability of everything that has been carefully constructed. Thomas put it plainly, in a moment of unusual directness with his therapist. If I let go of being the person who has things organized, I don't know who I am. His therapist nodded and said, "That's right. And that's exactly the territory we're entering. The fear is reasonable. The constructed self is real. The stability it provides is real. The cost of giving it up, even partially, even to make room for the fuller self, is real." Kierkegaard called this the leap, not the leap of faith in the religious sense exclusively, though that too, the leap into the unknown of genuine selfhood. The willingness to step off the edge of the known identity into the open space of what has not yet been defined. Let your hands rest. Feel the quiet of the room. James Hollis writes that most people prefer the familiar misery to the unfamiliar possibility. The misery is known, its dimensions are mapped. The unfamiliar possibility has no guaranteed outcome, and the fear of what might be discovered, what might be required, is enough to keep many people in the familiar misery for decades. This is not a moral failure. It is a structural tendency of the psyche. The known feels safe. The unknown does not, even when the known is limiting, and the unknown might be spacious. The fear of becoming whole is also, in part, the fear of being seen. The whole self, the one that includes both the competent and the uncertain, both the composed and the vulnerable, is more visible. There is more surface area for observation and judgment. The carefully managed persona minimizes that surface. Wholeness expands it. Elena said something about this in therapy that was, her therapist later told her, one of the most honest things she had heard in many years of practice. Elena said, "I think if I were really myself, people might not like it. And I think I have been managing that risk for so long that I've forgotten the risk might be worth taking. The risk might be worth taking." That sentence is the beginning of the movement toward wholeness. Not certainty, not resolution, just the willingness to consider the possibility that the expanded self, the one that includes the uncertainty and the vulnerability and the unlived longing, might be worth the exposure. You do not need to decide that tonight, you only need to let it sit. Von Franz, in her clinical experience with people navigating major life transitions, noted a specific quality of resistance she called the investment of the persona. The persona, having been built at great cost over many years, is not surrendered easily. Even when it is clearly limiting. Even when the person can see with some clarity that the persona is costing more than it is providing. The investment in the persona is partly rational. The persona represents decades of careful construction. It has produced results. It has sustained relationships. It has been, in many ways, genuinely useful. But it is also partly irrational. The investment is emotional. The persona has become identity. Loosening it feels like loss of self. And the fear is not unfounded. There is genuine loss involved in the transition from the constructed self to the fuller self. The loss of the certainty of the mask. The loss of the reliable performance. The loss of the particular social recognition that came from being the person you were performing. What Jung promises, not as guarantor, but as observer, is that what is found on the other side of that loss is worth the finding, that the wider self is more rather than less, that the loss of the persona's certainty is replaced by something more durable, the honesty of the actual self, which cannot be taken because it was never borrowed. Chapter 19, Depression and Lost Meaning. Jung had an unusual relationship to depression. He did not treat it primarily as a disorder to be eliminated. He treated it as a signal to be interpreted. This is a clinical position that requires nuance, and it is important to say clearly that severe depression requires professional care and often medical intervention. Jung was not advising against treatment. He was adding a layer of understanding beneath the symptom. What he observed, particularly in people in the second half of life, was a form of depression he understood as the psyche's response to the loss of meaning. Not sadness about a specific event, not the biochemical depression that responds to medication, a particular quality of flatness, emptiness, and heaviness that arrived in people who had been living successfully by external measures, but had not tended to their inner life. He saw it most commonly in people around 40, what later psychology would call the midlife crisis, and again in people in their 60s after the major life structures had been completed or dissolved. The career finished, the children grown, the external project wound down. And then, what is this for? Thomas described it as a fog. He said there was nothing wrong, he was healthy, his wife was well, his finances were stable, and yet he woke each morning into something he could not name that made the day feel as though it were wrapped in gauze. Viktor Frankl, writing from his experience in the concentration camps where external conditions were catastrophically different from Thomas's comfortable retirement, nevertheless identified something similar. He called it the existential vacuum, the experience of meaninglessness that strikes when a person's life has lost its animating purpose. The conditions are different. The mechanism has something in common. Notice your breath. The body is breathing without your help. Jung's response to the depressive fog was not reassurance, it was inquiry. He would ask, "What are you not doing that you know you should do? What are you pretending not to know? What is the inner life asking for that the outer life is not providing?" These are not comfortable questions, but they are more useful in many cases than the attempt to fix the fog by changing external circumstances. New projects, new achievements, new relationships can temporarily relieve the fog. They rarely dissolve it permanently if the underlying question has not been addressed. The underlying question in the Jungian frame is always some version of this. What is my life actually for? Not what does it produce? What does it mean? Thomas found his way through the fog slowly over 2 years, through a combination of therapy and a practice he adopted hesitantly at his therapist's suggestion, spending one morning a week alone, without agenda, without productivity. He walked. He sat by the river near his home. He read. He sometimes just sat with his coffee and let the morning happen. It took months before this felt like anything other than uncomfortable idleness. Then it began, gradually, to feel like something he looked forward to, a space in the week that was his in a way nothing else was. The fog did not disappear overnight, but it thinned. Because the psyche, given regular attention, tends to move in the direction of meaning. It does not require grand purpose. It requires genuine attention to the actual life, the one being lived, not the one being managed. Thomas More, in his work with people experiencing what the culture tends to call depression, made a distinction between the clinical depression that responds to medical intervention and what he called soul loss, a state that can look similar from the outside but has a different source and requires a seedy, different response. Soul loss, in More's framework, is the experience of the person who has been so thoroughly organized around external demands that genuine interior life has been displaced. The psyche, emptied of genuine engagement with its own depths, begins to flatten, the colors of experience dull, the motivations thin, not because the biochemistry is disrupted necessarily, though it may be affected secondarily, but because the deep self is simply not being fed. The medicine for soul loss is not medication, in More's view. It is attention. Genuine, patient, curious attention to the interior. The activities that were once meaningful revisited. The creative capacities that were set aside given small permission to return. The quiet that was avoided sought again, with the recognition that what lives in the quiet is not the enemy. Thomas, on his Thursday mornings, was taking this medicine, not dramatically, a bench, a river, the particular quality of a morning light that asked nothing of him. The soul, fed with this simple attention, slowly returned its colors. Chapter 20, The Soul Demands Honesty. Thomas More, the Irish-American writer who trained as a Jungian analyst and wrote Care of the Soul in 1992, used language that Jung himself often avoided as too religious but would not have disputed in substance. The soul, in More's usage, does not mean something mystical or theological. It means the deep interior life, the place in a person where authenticity lives, where real feeling is stored, where genuine meaning is made. The soul, by More's definition, is the opposite of the surface. It is the interior. And the interior, he wrote with great specificity, demands honesty, not the performed honesty of confession or self-improvement. The interior honesty, of genuinely looking at what you feel rather than what you are supposed to feel, what you believe rather than what is expected, what you want rather than what is appropriate. This kind of honesty is rarely dramatic. It is usually very quiet, a private moment of acknowledgement, a thought held without immediately correcting it, a feeling allowed to exist long enough to be recognized. Helena, after 2 years of therapy, said something she had not intended to say in a session that was going in a different direction. She said, "I think I have been performing being fine so long that I genuinely lost track of whether I am fine." Her therapist said, "And right now? Are you fine?" Helena considered this. Then, "I'm something. I'm here. I'm paying attention. I don't think I'd call it fine. I'd call it honest. Let the room be still. Let your body rest." Jung believed, and this was not only a clinical conviction, but a personal one, forged through his own 16-year encounter with his interior, that the psyche moves naturally toward honesty when given the conditions for it. That the symptoms of a divided or suppressed interior, the depression, the anxiety, the irritability, the fog, are themselves forms of honesty. The inner self communicating through symptoms what it cannot communicate directly. The soul demands honesty not as a moral imperative, but as a survival requirement. The self that is consistently dishonest with itself, that consistently performs a self it is not, suppresses what it feels, maintains an interior that is arranged for external consumption, does not maintain this indefinitely without cost. The cost is the fog. The cost is the 4 a.m. wakefulness. The cost is the persistent, nameless longing. The cost is the ache of loneliness in the midst of company. Seneca wrote to Lucilius in his 63rd letter, "Retire into yourself as much as you can." He did not mean withdrawal from the world. He meant the regular practice of interior attention, of consulting the inner self with the same seriousness given to external obligations. In 65 CE, Seneca was compelled to commit suicide by order of Nero. It is reported that he faced his death with composure, not because he was indifferent to it, but because he had, across a lifetime of evening reviews and private correspondence and careful philosophical attention, made his peace with the interior. He knew who he was. He had been honest with himself. That is the reward of interior honesty. Not comfort, necessarily, not happiness in the surface sense, but the particular peace of a person who has not spent their life running from themselves. There is no requirement to resolve everything tonight. The soul's demand for honesty is patient. It will still be here tomorrow and the week after, and in every quiet moment that opens. But in this quiet moment, right now, in this dark, it is here, and so are you. Seneca's 77th letter to Lucilius contains a line that has a particular quality when read slowly. Go into yourself as much as you can. Spend your time with those who will make you a better person. He places the interior journey, the going into oneself, before the social imperative. The self, known and honest, is the prerequisite for the relationships worth having. This is the sequence Jung would endorse. Not because other people are less important than the self, because the self that has not been attended to cannot be genuinely present to others. The person who does not know what they feel cannot be genuinely moved by what others feel. The person who has not acknowledged their own grief cannot meet another's grief with anything but management. Interior honesty is social generosity. The two are not in conflict. They are the same project, approached from different directions. Helena, in the final chapter of her therapy, said something that surprised her by arriving fully formed. I think the most generous thing I could do for the people around me is to actually be myself with them. She had spent a career in the service of others, and the most genuinely useful thing she could offer them, she had finally found, was not her competence. It was her actual presence, the one that had needs and feelings and uncertainties of its own. The soul's demand for honesty is not selfish. It is the beginning of genuine connection. Chapter 21. Childhood echoes at night. There is a reason that the things most likely to surface at night, when the day's obligations have finally been set aside, are often from very long ago. The night removes the protective noise of activity. The urgency that fills the daylight hours, calls to return, problems to manage, the continuous motion of a functioning life, performs, among its other functions, the function of covering, keeping certain things at bay, submerged beneath the momentum. In the quiet, the things that were submerged come up. And what comes up reliably in the second half of life is often the earliest material, the childhood room, the voice of a parent, the feeling of a particular moment, a disagreement, a loss, a brief moment of genuine seeing that is still, decades later, not quite finished. Jung was one of the first clinicians to take this seriously as a clinical pattern rather than nostalgia. What surfaces in the quiet of the interior is not random. The psyche is returning to unfinished business, to the places where the original material, the earliest experiences of love, safety, fear, rejection, belonging, was processed incompletely. Incompletely does not mean badly. Children process as much as their developmental stage allows, but a child's resources are limited. Certain experiences are too large for the child's capacity and are therefore stored intact to be processed later. The later is often now. Richard, in retirement, began having occasional vivid memories of his mother during her depressive episodes. He had not thought about these memories in years. He associated them with nothing in particular. They arrived with images, sometimes smells, the quality of light in the kitchen on a winter afternoon, a particular silence in the house. He had managed that silence as a child. He had kept the household running, kept his younger sibling calm, kept his own anxiety invisible. He had been very competent at it. What he had never done, as a child or in the 50 years since, was acknowledge how frightening it had been. Let your body be heavy. Let the pillow hold your head. Bowlby's attachment theory provides a useful frame here. He showed that the attachment system, the deep neurological and behavioral architecture by which children orient toward their caregivers, is not simply active in childhood and then set aside. It is operational throughout life. It shapes how adults seek comfort, manage proximity, respond to threat. When the attachment system was formed in an environment of inconsistent safety, it develops a particular pattern, what Bowlby called anxious attachment, characterized by heightened vigilance, difficulty with uncertainty, and a persistent background sense that safety cannot quite be assumed. Thomas, Richard, Helena, Eleanor, Adam. Different lives, different specifics, a common thread, early environments that required management, the self that learned to manage. The adult who is still, in some part, managing. The childhood echo at night is the original self, preserved in the quiet, indicating, I was here, I am still here. And some of what happened then was hard, and it has not quite finished. This is not wallowing, this is not regression. In the Jungian framework, this is exactly the material that individuation works with. The early experiences, revisited from the perspective of the adult, can be understood differently, not forgiven necessarily, not reframed into something they were not, but contextualized. The child who was frightened was not weak. The child who adapted was not failing. The child was doing precisely what children do, surviving the conditions they found themselves in, with the resources available as intelligently as possible. The adult, looking back, can see this, can offer the child, that early self still living in the interior, what it actually needed and did not quite receive. Acknowledgement, recognition, the quiet validation of being seen, that seeing, offered from within by the adult self to the child self, is not nothing. Jung would say, it is a great deal. Chapter 22. Emotional healing through symbols. Jung was a scientist by training and temperament. He ran word association experiments, kept careful clinical records, argued with Freud over empirical questions, and was scrupulous about distinguishing his observations from his interpretations. He was also, from childhood, a person for whom symbols had a peculiar power. At age 12, he carved a small wooden figure, a mannequin, he called it, and kept it hidden in the attic of his family's home, along with a smooth stone that he painted with colors. This was not performance or childish superstition. It was an early instinctive understanding that certain objects, certain images, carry a weight that language alone cannot. He developed this into the clinical concept of the symbol as a carrier of psychic energy. A symbol, in his definition, is not merely a sign pointing to something already known. A symbol is an image that contains more than can be said. It resonates at levels below the articulate. Dreams work through symbol. Myth works through symbol. And the healing that happens through symbolic engagement is qualitatively different from the healing that happens through verbal analysis. When Elena's dream showed her the unfound room, and she eventually found it, a room with a window and a chair and a view of a garden, the emotional response she had was not analyzable back into the words she used to describe it. The response was to the symbol itself, to the image of that room, to its quality of quiet, ordinary availability. The room became, for her, a touchstone. When the pressure of her professional life became suffocating, she would bring to mind the image of the room with the garden view, not as a fantasy escape, as a reminder that somewhere in her interior there was a space that was not organized around meeting demands. The symbol did something no amount of analytical insight had done. Feel the steadiness of your breath. The night is patient. Thomas More, drawing on both Jung and the longer tradition of symbolic thinking, writes that the soul speaks most naturally through image and metaphor rather than through direct statement. The reason insight often fails to change behavior, why knowing something to be true does not automatically produce change, is partly this. The analysis has reached the conscious mind but has not reached the soul. It has been processed verbally but not symbolically. The symbol is the bridge. This is why Jung paid such close attention to art, mythology, alchemy, and dream imagery, not out of academic interest, though the interest was genuine, but because these symbolic languages had access to the interior that rational discourse does not. You do not need to study alchemy to use this understanding. You only need to pay attention to the images that recur in your own interior life, the places you keep returning to in memory, the objects that carry disproportionate weight, the particular quality of certain moments that makes them feel more real than others. These are the symbolic touchstones of your own psychology. They are worth noticing. What is the recurring image in your own interior? Not the one you think is significant, the one that simply keeps appearing. Jung himself was a maker of things. He carved stone, painted, built towers with his hands. He was not escaping the life of the mind when he did these things. He was using a different channel into the same interior. The hands, working with material, have access to the symbolic that the analytical mind cannot reach through argument alone. When he built the round tower at Bollingen, the stone house he constructed over decades at the lake, he was building himself, literally. The house that took shape across 40 years was, in his reading of it, the symbolic expression of his own psychic development, the rooms corresponding to different aspects of the self. The tower standing for something he could not put into words but could put into stone. This is what symbols do. They carry what language cannot. And the healing available through symbolic engagement, through art, through architecture, through the particular image that recurs in dreams, is qualitatively different from the healing available through narrative. The narrative explains. The symbol holds. And sometimes what is needed is not explanation, but holding. Chapter 23, The Stranger in the Dream. There is a figure that appears in many people's dreams, a stranger, sometimes threatening, sometimes merely present, occasionally pursuing. In the Jungian framework, this figure has a specific name. Jung called it the shadow, but now in its projected dream form. The shadow, when it appears as a dream figure, is usually the same gender as the dreamer and carries qualities that feel, upon examination, familiar but denied. The stranger who pursues you through the corridor of a dream building is almost never a stranger. It is a portion of yourself that you have not yet acknowledged, that you have, in fact, been running from. Adam, the man whose anger turned out to be protecting grief, had a recurring dream for several years before therapy. In the dream, he was walking through a shopping mall and a man was following him. The man was not threatening in appearance. He was just always there, just behind, just beyond comfortable distance. Adam described the man as lost. That was the word he used. Not dangerous, lost. His therapist asked, "What do you think that man needs?" Adam was quiet. Then, someone to turn around. That session was, by his account, a turning point. Because the dream was telling him something he could not have arrived at analytically. The figure behind him, the shadow in pursuit, was not a threat. It was a part of himself that had been left behind, that was following, that needed him to simply stop running and look. Robert Johnson writes that the shadow appears in dreams when it has been ignored long enough. The psyche escalates its communications when the preliminary ones have not been heard. The stranger in the dream is the shadow's way of getting closer, of making itself impossible to dismiss. Let your eyes close softly. Nothing demands anything of you now. The way to engage with the shadow in dreams is not to fight it, not to analyze it into submission. The practice Jung recommended, and it sounds simple, which is deceptive, is to speak to it, to turn, in the dream if possible, or in the waking reflection afterward, and face it. Ask it what it wants. Listen to the answer. This is not dramaturgy. It is the clinical recognition that the shadow carries something, always. It is not simply darkness. It is compressed, unlived, unacknowledged content. And that content, when finally acknowledged, does not destroy, it integrates. Marie-Louise von Franz spent decades analyzing the dream material of individuals and the symbolic material of fairy tales, which she understood as the collective dreams of cultures. In both, she found the same pattern. The rejected figure, the villain, the pursuing stranger, the disfigured outsider always contains the treasure. The hero's task, in fairy tale and in individuation, is the same. Not to defeat the shadow, to engage with it long enough to find what it is carrying. The stranger in your dream is carrying something. When you are ready and there is no urgency, the stranger is patient. Turn around. The practice Jung recommended for working with shadow figures in dreams was what he called active imagination. Not analysis from the outside, but engagement from within. You take the dream image, the stranger, the pursuing figure, the unfamiliar face, and you continue the conversation. In a waking, meditative state, you return to the dream and let it develop. You speak to the figure. You ask what it wants. you listen. This feels, to most people trained in Western rational thinking, somewhere between peculiar and irresponsible. Jung would have said those same people are, in a sense, already doing it, in the repetitive thoughts that circle at 3 a.m, in the mental rehearsals of unfinished conversations, in the fantasies that arise unbidden in the shower or the commute. The only difference active imagination proposes is intentionality. Rather than being carried by the interior conversation, you enter it deliberately, with curiosity, with some degree of ground beneath you. The stranger, engaged in this way, almost always turns out to be carrying something that belongs to you. Chapter 24. Forgiving the Hidden Self. If your mind has drifted to the edges of sleep, that is fine. Let what remains of these words find you there. We are still here. The word forgiveness in the context of Jung's psychology is not quite the word he used, but it points accurately toward a territory he understood as essential. The shadow, the rejected, hidden, suppressed portions of the self, was not put there by weakness or wickedness. It was put there by necessity, by the requirements of survival in early environments, by the adaptations that allowed the person to function, to be loved, to belong. To face the shadow without the element of forgiveness is to risk a second rejection. The person who discovers their suppressed anger, their hidden neediness, their buried ambition, their unacknowledged jealousy, and then judges these discoveries as evidence of failure, has not integrated the shadow. They have simply relocated the rejection from unconscious to conscious. Real integration includes a quality of acceptance, not approval of behavior, not endorsement of everything that was suppressed, but acceptance of the fact that the suppression was understandable, that the shadow formed for reasons, that the hidden self is not the enemy. Helena came to this slowly. She had, over months of therapy, discovered a considerable capacity for anger that she had had no idea was there. It arrived in sessions as impatience, then as irritation, then as something more direct and honest, fury. Fury at the decades of managing, accommodating, suppressing her own needs in the service of an environment that had never quite asked for her actual self. The fury was real. And after it came, and her therapist held it with her without alarm, what followed was something she had not expected. Not peace exactly, something more like sorrow. She was sad, she said, for all the years of not knowing the fury was there, for the time spent performing composure over a fire she didn't know she was carrying. Her therapist said, "Can you have some compassion for the person who didn't know?" Helena looked at her hands for a long time, then said, "I can try." That trying, that willingness to bring compassion to the self that did not know, that suppressed, that adapted, that managed at cost, is the beginning of forgiving the hidden self. Feel the warmth of your body against the surface you are resting on. Let the room be still. Jung believed that the human psyche is fundamentally, at its deepest level, oriented toward wholeness. that the movement toward individuation, toward the full integrated self, is not a cultural preference or a therapeutic goal. It is the natural direction of psychic life. The shadow is not the enemy of this process. It is part of it. The rejected pieces are part of the whole. They were always going to have to be found and brought home. The hidden self is not something that needs to be punished or overcome. It needs to be recognized, acknowledged, and, over time, at the pace the person can sustain, welcomed back, not celebrated, not performed, simply included. Thomas, in his late 60s, described a moment at the river near his home. He was sitting on a bench during one of his Thursday mornings. He was thinking about nothing in particular. And he became aware, without deciding to, that he was not managing anything. He was just there. He said it lasted about 4 minutes. Then his mind found something to organize. But those 4 minutes, he said, were worth the years it had taken to find them. The hidden self, forgiven, does not demand constant attention. It only asked, ever, to be acknowledged. To be told, you are part of me, you belong here. That is enough. Chapter 25, The Archetype of Age. There are 2 kinds of self-knowledge, and most people spend their lives in the first kind only. The first kind is the knowledge accumulated through performance, through feedback from the world, through the results of actions, through the reflections other people offer of who you are. This is real knowledge. But it is knowledge of the surface, of the self in relation to the world. The second kind is interior knowledge. Knowledge of what you actually feel, want, believe, fear, and value beneath the performance. Knowledge of the self in relation to itself. Most people are considerably more proficient at the first kind than the second. The external feedback is continuous and clear. The internal feedback is quieter, less urgent, more easily postponed. Individuation is, at its root, the development of the second kind, the turning of attention from the outside to the inside. The gradual, sometimes reluctant, sometimes astonishing discovery of a self that was there all along and was simply not being attended to. This is why Jung saw the second half of life not as decline, but as opportunity. The structures of the first half, the career, the family, the social position, have been built. They are real, and now, with those structures in place, the interior work that was not possible earlier becomes possible. He described the archetype of the wise old man, or in women, the wise old woman, as a figure from the collective unconscious that represents this second kind of knowing. Not the knowledge of efficiency and achievement, but the knowledge that comes from genuine encounter with the interior, from years of honest self-examination. This archetype is not given automatically by age. It is available in the second half of life, but it must be reached for. Notice your breath. It has been steady all this while. The distinction between the elder and the simply old in many traditional cultures was precisely this. The elder was not simply a person who had lived a long time. They were a person who had attended to the living of their life, who had been honest about what they experienced, who had processed their losses rather than stored them, who had engaged with the shadow material rather than bypassing it. The result was a person with genuine interiority, a depth of self-knowledge that made them, in the deepest sense, useful to others. Not useful in the way Thomas had been useful, managing, organizing, producing. Useful in the way of genuine presence, of someone whose interior is available. Erik Erikson, in his model of human development, described the final stage of life as the tension between ego, integrity, and despair. Integrity, in his usage, does not mean moral correctness. It means wholeness. The capacity to look at the full span of one's life, its choices, its losses, its moments of courage and cowardice, its unlived possibilities and its actual realizations, and find it coherent, acceptable, one's own. This is the archetype of age, matured. The person who can look back and say, "This was my life, with all that entails, and I would not disavow it." Not every moment was what they would have chosen. The losses were real, the unlived possibilities were real, the shadow material was real, and the life was still entirely and authentically theirs. That is the wholeness Jung was pointing toward. Not perfection, not resolution of all difficulty, the honest inclusion of the full life, all of it within a self that is large enough to hold it. We are getting closer to that territory now. The pieces are assembling. The archetype of the wise elder, as it appears across traditions, in the Senex figure of Jungian typology, in the elder of indigenous traditions, in the figure of the sage in Eastern philosophical literature, is not simply the old person. It is the person who has remained curious, who has maintained genuine relationship with the interior through the decades, rather than converting the interior into a fixed narrative and closing it. Curiosity is the quality that most distinguishes the elder from the simply old. The capacity to not know, to encounter one's own experience with the same openness available to the very young. Not naivety, the elder's not knowing, is informed by decades of honest attention, but genuine availability to what is still unresolved, still developing, still asking questions. Jung himself maintained this quality into his 80s. He was still reading, still writing, still revising his understanding of phenomena he had been studying for 50 years. He revised his views on the relationship between psychology and religion. He revised his understanding of the feminine in the psyche. He remained, in the most fundamental sense, a student of his own experience. This is the archetype of age earned, not through wisdom delivered from on high, through the practice of remaining genuinely available to what is still unknown. Chapter 26. When control stops working. There is usually a specific moment when control stops working, not a gradual erosion. A particular event or a particular period in which the mechanisms that have managed the interior for decades simply prove insufficient. It might be a health scare, the retirement that did not feel like freedom, the relationship that ends or reshapes beyond recognition, the child who becomes genuinely independent, the parent who dies, the achievement that was supposed to mean something and did not. In each case, the event is specific, but what the event reveals is general. The control, the management, the organization, the competence, the composure was always being applied to something that could not ultimately be controlled, the interior self. And when control stops working, the interior makes itself known, not always gently. Richard's moment came 18 months into retirement on an otherwise ordinary Wednesday afternoon. He was doing a task reorganizing his garage that he had been meaning to do for years. Everything was going efficiently, and he found himself standing between two shelving units, crying without apparent reason, without precedent in recent memory. He stood there for several minutes. He did not know what to do. He had not cried since his father's funeral 12 years earlier. And that had been brief and composed and quickly managed. He was not composed now. He felt, he later said, as though something had been held tightly for a very long time and had been let go without his permission. That is exactly what it was. Let the room be quiet. Your body is resting. James Hollis writes about what he calls the triggering moments of midlife and later life, the events that reveal, sometimes abruptly, that the coping mechanisms of the first half are no longer adequate. He does not treat these moments as crises. He treats them as openings. The control that stops working was never the point, it was the means. It got the person this far. And now, in the space left by its exhaustion, something more essential can emerge. Thomas More describes this kind of moment as the soul breaking through, not in the dramatic sense, in the simple sense of the interior becoming visible in a moment when the surface management has given way. The soul has been there all along. The control was keeping it at a manageable distance. When the control stops working, the distance closes. This is uncomfortable. Of course it is. The person has organized their life, in some cases for decades, around the maintenance of that distance. Its sudden absence feels like exposure, like falling, like everything becoming less certain at once. But Jung, who had his own version of this experience in 1913, when his professional certainties dissolved after his break with Freud, when the voices began and the control he had exerted over his own interior suddenly proved insufficient, came through it with something he would not otherwise have had. He came through it with himself, the actual self, the one beneath the management, the one that had been there all along, waiting for exactly this kind of opening. Control stops working to let something through. That something is not weakness. It is the self finally insisting on its own reality. James Hollis describes the moment when control stops working as one of the necessary and often painful gifts of the second half of life. He means not that the moment is welcome, it rarely is, but that it is productive in ways that the controlled life could not produce. The person who has maintained seamless management of their interior for decades has, by definition, not had to develop the resources that genuine encounter with the interior requires. The crisis of control is often the first serious invitation to develop them. The managed life has genuine value. It produces, It provides, it sustains, but it is also, in some fundamental way, a protected life, protected from the full experience of the interior. And the protection, while often necessary in the first half, becomes in the second half a limitation. What was needed then, the stability of competent management, becomes the very thing that prevents the deeper work from beginning. Richard, standing between the shelving units in his garage with tears he could not stop and could not explain, was not falling apart. He was opening. The gap between the managed surface and the unmanaged interior, maintained across decades, was briefly, unexpectedly closing. And what happened in that closing was not catastrophe. It was the first genuine meeting he had had with his own interior in many years. Chapter 27. The Second Half of Life. Jung was the first major psychological thinker to argue explicitly and at length that the second half of life is not simply the continuation of the first, nor its decline. It is a different project. He made this argument most clearly in his 1930 essay, The Stages of Life, where he described human development not as a single arc, but as two. The first arc rising toward the achievement of social function, education, vocation, partnership, family. The second arc descending in the sense of turning inward toward the question of meaning and the development of the interior. He used the image of the sun. In the morning, the sun rises. Its light spreads outward. It illuminates the world. Its business is outward orientation, the conquest of the horizon. At noon, something changes. The direction shifts. And in the afternoon, the same light that was reaching outward begins its return. The question becomes not how to reach further, but how to deepen. This is the second half of life. Not a retreat, a deepening. Something in the second half of life begins asking questions the first half never knew to ask. We have been circling these questions all night. Now we can name them directly. What is your life actually for? Not what does it produce? Not what does it achieve? For what does it mean to you that you have been here living this particular life in this particular body with these particular loves and losses and choices? These questions are not rhetorical, they are not sentimental, they are the most serious questions available. And the second half of life, which removes or loosens some of the structural urgencies of the first, is the most favorable time to actually sit with them. Let your body rest fully. Let the night hold you. James Hollis, who spent much of his career helping people in their 40s, 50s, and 60s navigate this transition, found a consistent pattern. The people who navigated it most successfully were not the ones who had the most comfortable circumstances. They were the ones willing to stay with the questions. The willingness to be uncertain, to not immediately convert the unsettling question into a project. To sit with, what is this for, without immediately generating an answer. That sitting, patient, honest, without agenda, is itself a form of individuation. It is the practice of taking the interior seriously enough to let it speak at its own pace. Viktor Frankl observed that meaning cannot be given or commanded. It must be found. And finding it requires a willingness to search without knowing in advance what will be found. The second half of life is the searching season, not in a frantic way, in the way of someone who has time, now, for the kind of looking that was not possible before, who is not required to produce an answer by a particular deadline, who can sit by the river on a Thursday morning and let the morning be what it is. That is the second project, and it is not smaller than the first. In many ways, it is the first time the actual self has been the subject. Hollis notes that the most common response to the summons of the second half is to intensify the project of the first. More achievement, more activity, more production. He sees this in many of his patients. The retirement, followed by an immediate second career. The completion of one set of obligations immediately replaced by another. The pace does not slacken. The direction does not change. Because the deeper question, the one the second half is asking, is too threatening to sit with. What am I, apart from what I produce? This question can be tolerated briefly and then set aside with more activity, or it can be held patiently, without the requirement of an immediate answer. And in the holding, over time, an answer begins to form, not a conceptual answer, an experiential one, the direct experience of being rather than doing, of existing without an agenda, of discovering that the self without the activity is not emptier than the self with it, just different, and, with practice, available. The second half is not less. It is differently oriented. The sun in the afternoon carries the same light as the sun in the morning. It has simply changed direction. Chapter 28, Individuation after loss. Loss is the primary material of the second half of life. Not the only material, but the primary one. By the time a person reaches their 50s or 60s, they have lost people. Parents, in most cases. Perhaps siblings, friends, colleagues. Relationships that ended, versions of the future that did not materialize. Versions of themselves that were left behind. Jung's concept of individuation does not require loss as a prerequisite, but it almost always arrives in its company. Because loss is the experience that most reliably removes the structures, the certainties, the future orientations, the sense of stable time ahead that allow the persona to maintain itself without question. When someone you love dies, the particular social performance you had with them dies too. The relationship in which you were a particular kind of person, playing a particular kind of role, is altered irreversibly. And in that alteration, a space opens that was not available before, not immediately. Grief does not present as opportunity. Grief presents as grief. It is disorienting, exhausting, intermittently overwhelming. It needs to be what it is. But within the grief, or on its far side, something is available that was not available before. A perspective, a clarifying lens. The experience of loss tends to burn away the inessential. What remains is closer to the actual. Adam, 3 years after his father's death, found himself thinking differently about the way he had spent his time. Not with regret, exactly, with a kind of cleaner vision. The things that had once seemed urgent, the professional competitions, the accumulated resentments of the workplace, had lost their charge. And what had moved forward into the space vacated by the urgency was something simpler: his son, his wife, the garden he had been meaning to attend to for years. The loss had clarified the accounting. Feel the weight of your body. You have been here, breathing, through all of this. Irvin Yalom, who has spent a career in the company of grief and mortality, describes the phenomenon he calls the awakening experience, the way a confrontation with death, one's own or another's, can produce a sudden and often lasting shift in perception. What matters becomes clearer. What does not matter becomes more visible as such. The person becomes temporarily or permanently more honest with themselves about how they are living. Jung understood this in his own way. He described the awareness of mortality, what he called the confrontation with the reality of death, as one of the most powerful motivating forces for individuation. Not a morbid motivation, a clarifying one, when you know, with genuine visceral knowing rather than intellectual acknowledgement, that the time is limited and specific, when the abstraction of mortality becomes the concrete knowledge of your own finitude. The question of how to spend the remaining time becomes very real. Not urgent in a panicked way. Real in the way of genuine priority. What actually matters to you? Not what you have been organized around. What actually matters? Individuation after loss is the process of allowing the loss to do its clarifying work, not rushing past it, not converting it prematurely into lessons or growth, sitting with it long enough to let it change the priorities. The grief is the medium, the clarification is the gift. Yalom makes a distinction that is relevant here between what he calls the awakening experience, the sudden, often intense shift in perspective that follows a confrontation with mortality, and the sustained integration of that awareness into daily life. The awakening experience is relatively common. The sustained integration is rare and harder. The person who has a genuine confrontation with mortality, through illness, through the death of someone close, through the ordinary accumulated weight of the years, often reports the same phenomenon. Things become clearer. The inessential falls away. What matters comes to the foreground. This is real. It lasts intensely for days or weeks. Then the ordinary returns. The urgencies reassert themselves. The clarity softens. Jung's contribution is the argument that the work of individuation is, in part, the work of not letting that clarity soften entirely, of keeping the knowledge of finitude present, not morbidly, not constantly, but as a background understanding that informs the priorities of the day. The awareness that this is not permanent, that the time is specific, that what is done with it is, in some sense, the whole of what can be said about a life. Chapter 29. The Therapy of Remembering. There is a particular practice available in the second half of life that the first half is rarely settled enough to sustain: the honest review of the life that has actually been lived. Not nostalgic revision. Not the editing of memory toward a more favorable story. The honest review, looking at the actual choices made, the actual relationships sustained, the actual texture of the decades, with as clear and compassionate a set of eyes as can be assembled. Jung sometimes described this as the process of coming to terms with one's fate. He meant something stoic in the best sense, not passive acceptance of whatever happened, but a genuine, grounded reckoning with the particular life that was lived, the one with its specific losses and achievements, its unlived possibilities and its actual realizations, its mistakes and its moments of genuine courage. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, written during military campaigns on the Danube frontier in the 170 CE, returned again and again to the practice of examining the day that had passed. What had been managed well, what had fallen short, not as self-punishment, as preparation, as the practice of a person who takes their own interior seriously enough to look at it honestly. He wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." He was not being morbid. He was using the awareness of finitude as a clarifying instrument. What is worth doing if this might be the last day? That question clarifies. Let your breath be steady. You have been here the whole time. Elena, in her early 60s, began what she called sorting out the record. Not a formal memoir, just a habit. In the evenings, sometimes, she would allow herself to think about a particular period of her life, her 30s, say. What was actually happening then, beneath the performance she had maintained? What she had felt that she had not allowed herself to feel? She found in this practice things she had not expected. Moments of genuine joy she had not fully inhabited at the time, too busy managing to actually receive the experience. Kindnesses offered to her that she had deflected because receiving them made her uncomfortable. Periods of profound loneliness she had converted at the time into productivity. The review was not pleasant, in the sense of being comfortable, but it was honest, and the honesty produced something she named carefully as more mine. The life, examined with compassion, became more hers, less a performance she had sustained, more a life she had actually lived. This is the therapy of remembering, not the repetitive rumination that keeps the past alive in the mode of suffering, the patient, compassionate examination of the actual life, with recognition of what it cost, with recognition of what it also contained. The life does not become different, the relationship to it does. And that shift, the honest acknowledgement of the actual life as one's own, with all that it was, is part of what Jung meant by integrity, by wholeness, by the life lived rather than managed. Seneca's evening review was a specific practice. He describes it in the letters to Lucilius. Each evening, before sleep, he would question himself about the day, not harshly. He describes the inner judge as lenient, a fair witness, not a prosecutor. The questions were simple. What was hard today? Where did I fall short of who I intend to be? Where did I act with genuine integrity? He was not keeping score in the competitive sense. He was keeping contact with himself, maintaining the interior relationship that the day's busyness tended to displace. Marcus Aurelius did something similar. The Meditations are, in many passages, exactly this practice written down. A daily, honest accounting. A private conversation between the emperor and himself, in which the emperor was allowed to be uncertain, disappointed, struggling, in which the performance was set aside. The therapy of remembering is available to anyone willing to offer themselves the same leniency Seneca described, not the harsh accounting that performs self-improvement. The honest, compassionate review that treats the life as genuinely worth attending to. Chapter 30, The Body Keeps Quiet Stories. If your mind has wandered, come back gently now. We are approaching something. The body keeps what the mind tries to forget. This is not metaphor, it is physiology. Bessel van der Kolk spent decades documenting the mechanisms by which unprocessed experience is stored not in conscious memory, but in the body itself, in the patterns of the nervous system, in the habitual tension of particular muscle groups, in the rate and rhythm of breath, the shoulders that will not fully drop, the jaw that is held just slightly tighter than necessary, the breath that is slightly shallower than it could be, the persistent readiness for something never quite identified that does not fully release even in the moments of apparent rest. These are the body's quiet stories, the records of experience that did not have language at the time, or did not have an audience, or were simply too large for the available processing resources. Stored, held, waiting. Elena noticed this in a specific way. In her second year of therapy, her therapist suggested a session in which they would pay attention not to the content of what was being discussed, but to what happened in her body as she discussed it. Elena was skeptical. She was a verbal person. This felt adjacent to yoga, which she associated with a kind of earnestness she was not sure she trusted. But she tried. She was talking about her professional relationship with a particular colleague. A relationship that had been difficult for years, and she noticed, as she spoke, that her right hand was making a very small, contained fist. She had not been aware of it. She became aware of it, and it was, she said, as though she had never met her own hand before. The fist was the story the body was telling, the contained, controlled, quietly furious response to years of managing a relationship that had cost her considerably more than she had allowed herself to acknowledge. Feel the weight of your own hands now. Feel them resting. Feel what they are not holding. Van der Kolk's research demonstrated something Jung knew clinically but could not have measured. The healing of unprocessed experience requires the body's involvement. Analysis alone, insight, understanding, the capacity to articulate the story is insufficient. The body must also in some way complete what was not completed. This is not a prescription for a specific practice. It is a recognition that the body is not a vehicle for the mind's journey through life. It is a full participant. It carries its own knowledge. It registers its own experience. And it keeps the stories the mind found too difficult to hold. Thomas, on one of his Thursday mornings, sat by the river and let himself be cold. He had always in the past dressed appropriately and managed environmental comfort with the same efficiency he applied to everything. On this morning, he had dressed lightly, and it was colder than expected, and he sat with the cold rather than leaving. The cold, after a while, felt clarifying, present. His body was telling him something unambiguous about its own existence. It was cold. It was alive. It was here. He said afterward that it was one of the most honest things he had done in years, not to feel cold, to stay with the feeling rather than manage it. The body's quiet stories become available when you stop managing them, when you allow the physical experience of being alive to register without immediately converting it into comfort or scheduling or resolution. The nervous system that was calibrated in early difficulty does not update automatically. Van der Kolk's research demonstrated this with considerable precision. The update requires different input, not conceptual input, not the telling of a new story, but embodied experience. The actual felt sense of safety offered consistently over time. This is part of why Thursday mornings by the river mattered to Thomas in ways that could not be explained analytically. The analysis was useful. The insight was real. But what the nervous system needed was the repeated, embodied experience of being in his body, in a specific place, without the requirement of management. The cold air, the sound of the river, the particular quality of sitting with physical sensation without converting it into information to be processed. The body's update arrives through this, not through talking about it, through the accumulated experience of genuine safety, which looks from the outside like a man sitting on a bench doing nothing in particular, and is, from the inside, the slow rewriting of a very old program. Bessel van der Kolk summarized years of research in a phrase that is worth sitting with. The body keeps the score, and the body, kept honestly, also records the healing each Thursday morning, each genuine moment of presence, each occasion on which the shoulders were allowed to drop all the way down. Chapter 31. Wisdom beneath regret. Regret, unexamined, tends to perform the same loop. The thought of the thing not done, or the thing done badly, arriving reliably, circling and departing without having produced anything. But regret, examined, held with the full attention, followed down to its source, often yields something that the surface loop cannot. Wisdom. Not wisdom in the inspirational sense, wisdom in the clinical sense. Genuine, personal knowledge about what you value, what you fear, and who you actually are beneath the person you performed. Adam, in therapy, spent considerable time with a specific regret. He had, in his 30s, been offered an opportunity to change his career, to move from his stable, lucrative but unsatisfying job into a field he had long been interested in. He had not taken the opportunity. He had made the practical calculation and chosen safety. And he had thought about the unchosen path reliably for 20 years. His therapist did not encourage him to let it go. He encouraged him to stay with it, to ask, what does this regret tell you about what you value? What it told Adam, when he actually followed it through, was that he valued a kind of work that felt genuinely his. Work that drew on something that came from inside, rather than being a competence he had acquired for external reasons. And that he had known this at 30 and overridden the knowing. The regret was the preserved evidence of a value that had been present all along, intact, waiting. Let your jaw release. Let your face be soft. Seneca, in his Letters to Lucilius, returned many times to the examination of how time had been spent. He was not advocating guilt, he was advocating honesty. The honest accounting of what had been done with the hours was not punishment, it was information. What did the hours contain? What did you actually spend your attention on? And did it correspond to what you actually value? When the answer is no, when the accounting reveals a consistent gap between the stated values and the actual allocation of time and energy, the honest person does not simply feel guilty. They ask why, and the why, followed patiently, leads to the specific conditioning, the specific fears, the specific adaptations that produce the gap. Regret examined becomes, in this way, a precise instrument of self-knowledge. It tells you where you diverted from your own truth, and knowing where you diverted from it allows you, if you are willing, to find your way back. The wisdom beneath regret is the self that was present all along, knowing what it knew, waiting for the moment when you were ready to hear it. What Adam found in his regret, when he followed it all the way through, was also a gift he had not recognized as such, because the value he had been carrying, the deep desire for work that felt genuinely his, was still present, intact. Not destroyed by the decades in which it had been overridden by the practical calculation. At 58, he could not remake the career. That was simply true. The window for a particular kind of beginning was closed, but the value could be expressed in other ways. The interest he had set aside could find other channels, smaller, different, but genuine. Not a consolation prize. An honest recognition that the value was real and deserved expression in whatever form the present life could offer. Robert Johnson writes about what he calls trading, the process of finding in the life as it actually is a legitimate channel for the unlived desire, not a grand replacement. A small, honest expression. The person who wanted to be an artist and became an accountant does not need to quit the accounting. They need to make the art, even if only on Sunday afternoons, even if only for themselves. The wisdom beneath regret always includes a form of this recognition. The desire was real. The desire is still real. The expression can be found, chapter 32, The End of False Innocence. False innocence is the position of not knowing what you actually know. It is not the same as genuine ignorance. Genuine ignorance is the absence of information. False innocence is the strategic management of information already possessed, the refusal to fully acknowledge what has, in some quiet part of the interior, already been understood. Jung had a phrase for this. He called it willful ignorance of the unconscious. The person who has been given enough material, enough symptoms, enough dreams, enough persistent feelings to begin to understand what their interior is communicating, and who chooses not to engage with that understanding. This choice is understandable. The understanding often comes with implications. Implications for how the life is being lived, for what might need to change, for what has been avoided and would have to be faced. False innocence protects the existing arrangement, but it is exhausting. The material the psyche is generating does not stop arriving simply because it is not being processed. The dreams continue. The symptoms persist. The persistent feelings return. And the energy required to not know what you know, to manage the information without engaging it, is considerable. Thomas, in his 60s, already knew on some level that his marriage had not been a genuine meeting of two people. It had been a well-organized cohabitation between two people, each practicing in their own way a form of performance. He and his wife were not unhappy. They were not, in any legible sense, in distress. They had simply never quite been genuinely present to each other. He knew this. He had known it in some form for years. He had organized his life around not knowing it fully. When he finally said it to his wife one evening with considerable difficulty, he discovered something unexpected. She had known it too, for years. They had both been practicing false innocence in adjacent rooms about the same thing. The conversation that followed was the most genuine they had had in decades. Feel the steadiness of your breath. You are held. The end of false innocence is not a dramatic confrontation. It is usually a quiet acknowledgement. A moment when the person stops managing what they know and simply allows themselves to know it. It is frightening. And it is, in the Jungian framework, the necessary threshold for genuine integration. You cannot bring into consciousness what you insist on not knowing. The shadow cannot be integrated while it is being actively unperceived. The end of false innocence is the beginning of genuine knowing, and genuine knowing, however uncomfortable in the short term, is the territory in which real change is possible. The end of false innocence, in practice, often comes through a specific kind of fatigue. The energy required to maintain the not knowing eventually exceeds the available supply. The person is tired of pretending, even to themselves, that they do not know what they know. Thomas reached this fatigue in his marriage. He had known at some level for many years the quality of the connection or its absence. He had not known, he knew. The knowledge had been very carefully kept just out of reach, available in the 4 a.m. wakefulness, unavailable in the daylight when the management was running. What allowed the knowledge to surface was not courage in the dramatic sense, it was depletion. He was simply too tired to continue not knowing. The maintenance of the not knowing had been one expense too many. And in the conversation that followed, the first honest conversation he and his wife had had in decades, something extraordinary happened. They found each other. Not as they had been at the beginning, not as they had imagined they were in the managed version of the marriage, as what they actually were. Two people who had been living in careful parallel, who were both tired of the parallel, and who had not, until that evening, found the words, "The end of false innocence is the beginning of genuine encounter with the self," and then, tentatively, with the world. Chapter 33. Mental Health and Wholeness. Jung was a psychiatrist before he was a philosopher. He spent the first decade of his career in the Bergholzli Psychiatric Hospital in Zurich, working with severely ill patients, conducting meticulous word association studies, learning the clinical foundations that would eventually underpin all his later theoretical work. He never left that clinical foundation behind, and it informed his understanding of mental health in a specific way. Mental health, in the Jungian view, is not the absence of difficulty or darkness. It is not the state of having no shadow. It is the capacity to live in relationship with the full breadth of the psyche, including its shadow material, without being overwhelmed by it, without suppressing it entirely, and without identifying with it to the point of dissolution. This is a very different definition from the popular one. The popular definition of mental health tends toward the elimination of distress, the removal of uncomfortable feelings, the management of symptoms to the point of invisibility. Jung was not opposed to the relief of genuine suffering, but he was cautious about the goal of symptom elimination as the end point, because he observed consistently that symptoms are the psyche's language. They are not malfunctions, they are communications. The panic that arrives in the night is communicating something. The persistent sadness that does not lift with improved circumstances is pointing at something. The chronic irritability that defies explanation is the shadow indicating a territory that has been left unexamined. Mental health, by the Jungian standard, is not the silencing of these communications. It is the development of the capacity to hear them, to decode them, to respond to them with honesty rather than suppression. Breathe. The room is quiet and you are safe. William James, in his study of religious experience at the turn of the 20th century, described what he called the divided self, the person whose interior is at war with itself. The divided self experiences profound suffering, and the integration of the division, the bringing of the warring parts into some form of honest relation, was, for James, the experience of genuine psychological healing, not the elimination of either side, but their integration into a livable whole. Jung read James carefully. He found a kindred framework. The healthy self, in both their views, is not the self without conflict. It is the self spacious enough to hold its conflicts without being destroyed by them. Adam, 2 years into therapy, said something that his therapist found precisely right. He said, "I think I spent 40 years trying to be a person who didn't have problems, and I think that was the problem." The energy devoted to not having problems, to managing, suppressing, performing wellness, was itself the source of the difficulty. When he stopped trying not to have problems and started simply having them with honesty, something changed. Not the problems, his relationship to them. Mental health and wholeness are, in the Jungian framework, nearly synonymous. The whole person is not the person who has resolved all their difficulties. It is the person who has brought enough of their interior into conscious relationship, including the shadow, including the wound, including the grief, that the life being lived is genuinely theirs. That is enough. That is, in fact, everything. The clinical picture Jung painted was specific. The patients who fared best, who found genuine relief from the symptoms that had brought them to him, were not the ones who achieved the most insight. They were the ones who were most willing to remain in relationship with the material that insight produced, who could hold what they discovered without immediately converting it into a program or a project. Who could sit with the uncertainty of genuine self-knowledge without requiring it to resolve into certainty before they were ready. This quality of tolerance, the capacity to hold ambiguity, to know something partially without pretending the knowledge is complete, is, in the Jungian view, one of the hallmarks of psychological maturity. Not the capacity to be certain, the capacity to be honestly uncertain. The mentally healthy person, in this framework, is not the person who has all their interior material organized and filed. It is the person who has developed enough relationship with their interior that the occasional chaos of it does not produce panic. Who can say, something is moving in here? I don't yet know what it is. I will give it time. Chapter 34. Letting the mask fall. At some point, and it often happens without choosing, the mask falls. Not all the way, not permanently, not in every context. But there are moments when the effort required to maintain the persona simply exceeds the available energy, and the face beneath becomes briefly, unexpectedly visible. These moments are not usually planned. They arrive in the pause after a long illness, in the first days after a major loss, in the surprising emotional response to a piece of music or a photograph, in the middle of an ordinary conversation when something true comes out before the persona can catch it. Elena had one of these moments at a family dinner. Her daughter, who was 28 and perceptive, said something small and observational about her mother. Said it warmly, with affection, and Elena felt tears starting before she could prevent them. She excused herself. She stood in the bathroom for a few minutes, recomposing. She returned to the table with the mask firmly in place. But the moment had happened, and her daughter, who was watching, saw it. That evening, later, her daughter texted her. The message said simply, "I see you, Mum." Elena read it 3 times, then put the phone down and cried properly, for the first time in years. Let your face be easy, let your forehead be smooth. What her daughter had seen in that moment at the dinner table was not weakness. She had seen her mother, the actual person, the one who had feelings that moved her, the one who was not always composed, the one who was real. And the seeing felt to Eleanor like the thing she had been most afraid of, and also like the thing she had most needed. This is the paradox of the mask. It protects from exposure, and the thing most needed is often exposure. The genuine seeing, the recognition by another person of the actual self, rather than the performed one. Jung wrote in various places that the deep need of the human interior is to be known, not admired, not approved of, known, seen as one actually is, without editing. The persona prevents this effectively, and because the persona is so effective, the person who wears it most expertly often goes the most thoroughly unseen. Thomas More describes the soul's longing for visibility not as vanity but as something fundamental. The self that is never seen by another, that lives permanently behind the mask, loses, over time, a quality of vitality. Not all vitality, but a specific kind. The vitality that comes from genuine contact. Letting the mask fall is not a technique. It cannot be scheduled, but it can be prepared for. The person who has been gradually, honestly working with their own interior, acknowledging the shadow, examining the persona, feeling the things they have been not feeling, is a person in whose presence the mask is more likely, at unexpected moments, to simply loosen. And in those moments, something becomes available that all the careful management in the world cannot produce. The actual self, briefly visible, and possibly, in that visibility, briefly met. What Elena's daughter saw in that moment at the dinner table was something her mother had not been able to offer anyone for many years. Her actual face, not the managing one, the moved one, the one that was responding to genuine feeling without the usual filtration. The persona had cracked briefly, and through the crack something entirely real was visible. Helena, the administrator we have followed through much of this evening, had a similar experience at a less convenient moment. She was in a board meeting, presenting data she had prepared carefully, and became aware that she did not care about the data in the way she was expected to care about it. The performance of caring, the inflection, the emphasis, the investment of attention in the outcome felt, in that moment, unmistakably hollow. She finished the presentation. No one noticed anything. The mask had held. But she knew. And the knowing was the beginning of something. Not a dramatic resignation, not a reinvention of the career. A small, permanent shift in the interior relationship to the performance. The recognition that the performance was a choice, not an identity. That beneath it was a person who had her own relationship to the data, the board, the work. A relationship that was not identical to the one the role required. The mask could still be worn, but it no longer wore her. Chapter 35, the peace of inner truth. There are two kinds of self-knowledge, and most people spend their lives in the first kind only. We have named this before, we have been circling it. Now we can state it directly. The first kind is the knowledge of the self as it appears in the world, competent or not, successful or not, approved of or not. This knowledge is real, and it is continuously available in feedback, in results, in the way other people respond to you. The second kind is the knowledge of the self as it actually is. The interior facts, the genuine values beneath the performed ones, the real fears beneath the managed ones, the actual desires beneath the appropriate ones. The second kind of self-knowledge produces something the first cannot: inner peace. Not the peace of having arranged things comfortably, not the peace of having managed everything sufficiently, the peace that comes from not having to maintain a performance, from the luxury, and it is a luxury, earned slowly over years, of knowing yourself well enough that the interior is not a threatening place. Kierkegaard called this resting transparently in the power that established you. He meant something specific, the experience of the self that knows itself fully enough to rest in what it is, not performing, not managing, simply, transparently being. Richard arrived at a version of this slowly, after the afternoon in the garage, after the months of therapy that followed, after the Thursday mornings by the river that Thomas had taught him to take for himself. He heard about this practice from a mutual friend and adopted it. He arrived at a specific quality of morning. Not every morning, but enough mornings. A quality of sitting with his coffee before anyone else was awake and feeling, not proud, not satisfied, but present, simply here. In his own life, knowing who he was well enough that the morning did not require interpretation, feel the steadiness around you. This is the center. Jung called this in his later writing the peace that passes understanding. He was borrowing a religious phrase and reframing it psychologically. The peace that passes understanding is not the peace achieved through sufficient achievement or sufficient analysis. It is the peace of being, not of doing. The peace of a self that has been thoroughly enough known by itself to rest. Thomas More writes that the soul does not want more. It wants depth, more activities, more achievements, more entertainment. These are horizontal moves. The soul wants to go down into the particular, the specific, the genuine, into the actual experience of being alive with all that entails. When Eleanor found the room with the window and the chair and the garden view, first in the dream and then as a symbolic touchstone she returned to, she was finding this: the specific quiet of the interior, the peace that belongs not to having enough, but to being enough. She was not there permanently. She did not claim to be, but she knew the territory, and knowing it was available changed the quality of everything else. The peace of inner truth is available. It has always been available. It is not given to the externally successful or the spiritually accomplished. It is given to the honest, to the person who has been willing over time to look at themselves without flinching and to bring what they found into genuine relationship with who they are. That willingness is the only prerequisite, and you have been practicing it all night. There is a specific kind of peace available in the second half of life that was not available in the first. Not because the second half is easier, often it is not, but because the second half contains, for the person willing to do the work, a different relationship to uncertainty. The first half requires certainty. It is organized around the future that will be secured, the person one will become, the life that will be built. Uncertainty is the enemy of this project. It must be managed, reduced, planned against. The second half has seen enough futures arrive differently than expected to know that certainty was always partly illusion. And in that knowing, a different relationship to the present becomes possible. The present as it actually is, rather than as it must be organized to produce the desired future. The peace of inner truth is partly this. The peace of a person who has stopped fighting the uncertainty, who has developed enough interior ground through honest self-knowledge, through genuine engagement with the shadow, through the patient acceptance of what is, rather than the anxious management of what might be, that the uncertainty of the external world no longer requires the same elaborate interior management it once did. The ground is there. It has been there. The peace is simply the recognition of it. Chapter 36. The dream becomes a guide. In his later years, Jung developed a practice he recommended to many of his patients and described in his own memoir. Each morning, before the day began, he would sit for a few minutes and allow whatever images remained from the previous night's dreaming to be present. Not analyzed, not decoded, simply held. He treated the dream images as visitors, as elements of a communication he did not fully understand but respected. He wrote them down. He sometimes drew them. He kept them company, in the way you keep company with something that has not yet finished speaking. This practice, patient, unhurried, without agenda, changed his relationship to his own interior over the course of his life. Not because the dreams became more legible, because he became more available to them. Because the aspect of himself that was not the organized, professional, competent Jung, the aspect that moved in images and feelings and symbolic narratives, was given, through this practice, a form of respect. The dream becomes a guide not because it tells you what to do. It never tells you what to do, or at least never in the way that instruction manuals do. It guides by expanding the range of what is visible, by showing you angles on your own interior that the waking mind cannot access. Adam, who had not considered himself a person who paid attention to dreams, began keeping a notebook by his bed after a conversation with his therapist. He did not write full descriptions, he wrote words. The feeling of the dream, the dominant image, the color, if one was present. After 3 months, he read back through the notebook. He found a pattern he had not been aware of. Water, dreams of water, sometimes calm, sometimes turbulent, sometimes still. He mentioned this to his therapist. His therapist asked, "What does water mean to you?" Adam thought for a long time, then said, "Feeling, the thing I am not very good at." The dream had been organizing itself around the territory of his work, the water, the emotional life he had been managing from a safe, dry shore, appearing night after night, patient, present, waiting for him to notice. The night is very quiet now. Your breath is easy. Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese Zen monk who spent decades in exile but continued to write and teach on the nature of presence and inner peace, said that every moment is a doorway. He meant it simply. The present moment, fully inhabited, contains access to the full depth of being. The dream is a doorway, not into another world, into the actual interior of this one, the interior that has been present all along, generating its images, communicating in its symbolic language, waiting with the patience that only the unconscious has. When the dream becomes a guide, not an oracle, not a decoder ring, but a genuine companion in the process of self-understanding, the interior stops being a territory to be managed and becomes a territory to be inhabited. You live there, it is your home. The practice of recording dream images, simply noting them in whatever form is available, creates something cumulative over time, a record, a map of the interior's preoccupations, the recurring figure, the recurring location, the quality of feeling that appears again and again in different narrative clothing. Adam, after 3 months of his notebook, found the water. Thomas, in his own version of this attention, found that he returned repeatedly in his dreams to specific rooms from childhood homes. Not frightening rooms, familiar ones, a kitchen, a hallway, a particular view through a window, the psyche returning, as it tends to return, to the places where the original formation happened, not to punish, to complete. When he sat with these room images, not in the session, but alone, at the table with his coffee before the day began, something in him relaxed, as though the rooms, finally visited in the interior, could become a little less necessary to revisit. The dream as guide is not dramatic. It does not announce itself. It arrives in fragments in the border country between sleep and waking and asks only to be noticed. The notice is the response. The attention is the healing. Chapter 37. Silence with the shadow. There is a form of engagement with the shadow that is not analytical. Analysis has its place. The work of examining what irritates you in others, of noticing the disproportionate emotional response, of following the recurring dream image to its source. All of this is genuine and useful. But there is also a practice available that requires no interpretation at all, simply sitting with the shadow, being present to the portions of the self that have been kept in the dark, not working on them, not decoding them, simply acknowledging their presence. This is closer to what Jung actually did in the Red Book. He did not primarily analyze the voices and images that arose during his period of confrontation with the unconscious. He sat with them. He drew them. He let them speak without immediately converting their speech into theory. The shadow, given this quality of attention, patient, non-hostile, genuinely curious, behaves differently than it does when it is attacked or suppressed. It does not disappear. It softens. It becomes less insistent, because insistence is how the shadow communicates when it is not being heard. When it is heard, when the interior is given genuine attention, the communication becomes quieter, more specific, more honest. Helena discovered this in a strange way. She began, on the advice of her therapist, to spend 10 minutes each evening sitting without doing anything. No phone, no book, no activity, just sitting. She found this, initially, almost intolerable. The silence was full of things she had been not attending to, feelings she had been too organized to notice. The background noise of a life that had been very efficient and somewhat lonely. But she sat with it, regularly, over months, and gradually the silence became less threatening, because she had been in it enough times to know what it contained. Not monsters, just the actual contents of her own interior. Unfamiliar, yes. Alarming at first, yes. But ultimately, hers. Feel the silence of the room around you now. Jung described the process of sitting with the shadow as a form of dialogue. Not literal conversation, though he did use that method too in what he called active imagination, more like a sustained mutual presence. The conscious mind and the unconscious in the same room, neither dominating the other, both available. This is not a natural state for most Western minds. The Western training is to think, to solve, to produce. Sitting without output feels like waste. But the interior does not experience it as waste. The interior experiences sustained, honest attention as the most important thing you can offer it. More important than efficiency, more important than achievement. The simple fact of being genuinely present to your own life. Silence with the shadow is that presence, offered regularly, without agenda, without expectation. The shadow does not demand resolution. It demands recognition. And recognition, offered in silence, is often enough. The Buddhist tradition has a concept that is useful here, and that Jung engaged with seriously in his later work. The concept of beginner's mind, the quality of attention that has not yet foreclosed the experience with prior conclusions. The capacity to encounter the interior as though for the first time, without the protective armor of having already decided what is there. When you sit with the shadow in this quality of attention, not analyzing, not predicting, not converting into theory, you sometimes encounter things that surprise you. Feelings that belong to situations you thought you had resolved. Images that connect what seemed like separate experiences. The particular texture of a grief you thought was finished, or a longing you thought was over. These are not failures of previous processing. They are the interior's way of indicating that there is more, that the depth is not yet exhausted, that the shadow is generous with its material. and the material is never thin. The silence with the shadow is, at its best, a form of genuine humility. The acknowledgement that the interior is larger than what can be known about it. That it continues to generate, continues to speak, continues to hold what the conscious mind has not yet been able to receive. And that this is not frightening. It is simply the condition of having an interior life. Chapter 38. No longer running. At some point, the running stops. Not through exhaustion, though exhaustion sometimes precipitates it. Not through willpower, though some decision is usually involved. The running stops when the person genuinely no longer needs to run. When the thing they have been running from has been looked at enough times to lose its power as a threat. Thomas, 3 years into his Thursday mornings, said something to his therapist that surprised them both. He said, "I think I have stopped being afraid of myself." He did not mean he had resolved everything. He did not mean the interior was now orderly or comfortable or comprehensively understood. He meant that the specific terror of the interior, the sense that there were things in there that would destroy him if he stopped managing them, had lifted. He had been in the silence enough times. He had encountered enough of the shadow material, the suppressed grief, the hidden fear, the managed resentment, the lonely child still doing his best in the kitchen of a difficult household. He had encountered it, and he had not been destroyed. And so the running, which had been a response to a perceived threat, became unnecessary, because the threat had been examined and found to be what it actually was, not danger, but the accumulated weight of a life honestly lived. Let your breath be completely without effort. Let the body breathe itself. Jung described this as one of the quietest and most profound moments in the process of individuation. Not the dramatic confrontation, not the moment of vision or insight. The quiet moment when the person looks around and realizes they are no longer running. It tends to arrive slowly and without announcement. One day, the person is sitting by the river, or drinking their morning coffee, or lying in the dark like you are now, and they notice, I am here, just here, without the interior panic that used to accompany the stillness. The psyche has been heard enough to be quiet. This is not the end of the process. Individuation does not end. The interior continues to develop, to generate new material, to ask new questions. The second half of life does not resolve into simplicity, but the quality of the engagement changes. The running stops, and what replaces it is something more spacious. Presence. Genuine, relatively undefended presence to the life that is being lived, to the people in it, to the interior that is generating its images and feelings and occasional wisdom, to the actual experience of being alive in this body, on this night, in this particular and unrepeatable life. Adam described it as arriving. He had been, for decades, somewhere between where he was and where he thought he should be, always slightly ahead of himself. Then, gradually, more frequently, he arrived. Just here, this moment, this breath, no longer running. The stopping of the running does not arrive with fanfare. It is not announced. Most people notice it retrospectively, looking back on a period and recognizing that something which used to feel urgent no longer does. That a fear which once organized the whole day has become simply a familiar feeling that comes and goes. That the relationship to the interior has shifted from management to something more like cohabitation. Viktor Frankl observed that those who survived the camps, psychologically, not just physically, were often people who had in some essential way made their peace with uncertainty, who had relinquished the impossible project of controlling the outcome and turned their attention instead to who they were in relation to it. Not passive, present, not without fear, without the fear running everything. This is available outside the extreme conditions Frankl wrote about. It is available in the ordinary life, in the retirement that does not feel like freedom, in the marriage that has grown into something neither partner quite planned, in the career that produced results but not meaning, in any place where the first response is the managed one and the second, slower response is the honest one. The running stops when the honest response is allowed enough practice that it becomes available. Chapter 39. The Courage to be Ordinary. Jung said something that surprises people when they encounter it. He said the most demanding thing he observed, clinically and personally, was not the courage to be extraordinary, it was the courage to be ordinary. He meant something specific. The extraordinary self, the achieved self, the accomplished self, the self that has distinguished itself through exceptional performance, is, paradoxically, often easier to be than the simply human self. The extraordinary self has a clear mandate. It knows what it is supposed to do. The ordinary self has no such mandate. It is simply a person with ordinary needs, ordinary fears, ordinary pleasures, ordinary grief, without the protective armor of exceptional status. To be ordinary, genuinely, peacefully ordinary, requires giving up the defense of performance, giving up the idea that your value is a function of your output, your distinction, your unusual capacity for something, and simply existing as a person who is here, alive, doing their best, needing things, feeling things, imperfect and finite and real. This is harder than it sounds, particularly for people who were rewarded early and consistently for being exceptional, for being the smart one, the capable one, the reliable one. The exceptionalism became identity. Letting it go, even partially, even in the quiet of the interior, feels like becoming less. But less than what? Less than a performance, which is not less at all. Richard found the courage to be ordinary in a bookshop on a rainy Tuesday afternoon, though he would not have used that language at the time. He found it in the simple pleasure of being somewhere with no agenda, choosing books for no professional reason, having no one need anything from him for 2 hours. He was ordinary. No one there knew or cared that he had managed a large team for 35 years. He was a man in a bookshop, browsing in the rain. It was, he later said, one of the most uncomplicated experiences of his adult life. Let your body be heavy. The night is holding you. Thomas More writes that the soul is nourished not by extraordinary experience, but by the depth to which ordinary experience is inhabited. The soul finds its food in a Tuesday afternoon, in the quality of a particular cup of tea, in the specific light of a specific morning, not in the accumulation of exceptional moments. This is the Stoic insight too. Marcus Aurelius, writing his private notes in a military tent, finding in the act of honest examination the sustenance that none of his imperial power could provide. The courage to be ordinary is the courage to find the extraordinary already present in the ordinary. To stop scanning the horizon for something larger and to attend with full presence to what is actually here. You are here. Just here. In this particular night, in this particular body, with this particular interior history. Not a failure to be grander, a specific, unrepeatable life being lived. That is enough. That has always been enough. There is a story from the Stoic tradition that bears on the courage of ordinariness. Diogenes of Sinope, the philosopher who lived in a barrel, who famously told Alexander the Great that what he wanted most was for Alexander to stop blocking his sunlight, was not making a claim about asceticism. He was making a claim about sufficiency. That what is already present, attended to with genuine intelligence, is enough. Marcus Aurelius, who had everything Diogenes had rejected, understood this from the other side. In his private journal, he returned repeatedly to the smallness and brevity of human achievement, not with despair, with a particular kind of freedom. If the emperor's achievement was, in the long view of history, small and temporary, as he genuinely believed, then the performance of greatness became unnecessary. What remained was simply, be here. Do what is actually required. Be honest. The courage of the ordinary is the Stoic courage in its quiet form, not the dramatic courage of the battlefield. The steadier courage of the Tuesday morning, of the Thursday river, of the morning coffee before anyone else is awake, when you are simply yourself without the title. And it is sufficient. Chapter 40. Integration without violence. Jung used the word integration deliberately and carefully. He distinguished it from related but different processes: suppression, projection, identification, inflation. Integration is the process by which the shadow material, the rejected, the suppressed, the unlived, is brought into conscious relationship with the rest of the self, not destroyed, not transcended, not covered with a better story, brought in. The metaphor he sometimes used was the body itself. When a wound heals well, the scar is not invisible. The tissue that was torn does not become identical to the tissue that was never touched. But it is integrated. It is part of the same body. It functions as part of the same whole. Integration of the shadow works similarly. The anger that was suppressed does not, when integrated, become sweetness. The grief that was avoided does not, when felt, become happiness. But both become part of the person, acknowledged held, no longer generating the pressure that suppressed material generates. The qualifier Jung would add is without violence. The shadow cannot be integrated through force. The attempt to conquer the interior, to march in, identify the problem, and eliminate it, does not produce integration. It produces a different arrangement of suppression. The shadow is integrated through something closer to relationship, approached with honesty, sat with patiently, heard without immediately converting what is heard into action, acknowledged, which is different from approved. Adam's anger, when he finally allowed himself to feel it fully, in sessions, in the safe container of a therapeutic relationship, was genuinely frightening at first. It was larger than he had expected. It had a history. It had specific targets and specific grievances and specific memories attached to all of it. He felt it. His therapist stayed with him. The anger did not destroy anything. It moved through. And on the other side of it, not immediately, not in one session, but over time, was something he had not expected: tenderness. The anger had been protecting something tender. When the anger was allowed to exist fully, the tenderness it was protecting became available. Feel your chest rise and fall. Feel what is simple about this moment. Integration without violence is the recognition that the interior is not an enemy territory. It is your territory. It belongs to you, and you belong to it. The shadow is not a foreign element to be defeated. It is a part of yourself that has been waiting in the dark for acknowledgement, for the simple recognition that it is real, that it has a place. Give it a place, not a large place necessarily, not the center, just a place. A small room in the interior where the anger can sit, and the grief can sit, and the longing can sit, and the fear, all of them acknowledged, all of them included. The full person is larger than the comfortable person, and the full life is richer than the managed life. The word violence in Jung's phrase integration without violence refers to a specific interior dynamic, the violence of the self against itself. The harsh judgment, the punishing critique, the intolerance of the aspects of the self that do not meet the standard. Many people, when they first begin to genuinely encounter the shadow, when the suppressed anger or grief or need is finally felt, respond with exactly this interior violence. They are appalled by what they find. The anger feels unacceptable. The grief feels self-indulgent. The need feels shameful. And they bring to it the same critical voice that suppressed it in the first place. Jung watched this pattern and was patient with it. He understood that the harshness was itself part of the shadow, the internalized critical authority that had been doing the suppression. When the shadow is encountered, the critic arrives to manage the encounter. The task is to notice the critic's arrival, to acknowledge it. Yes, there is the voice that says this is too much, and then to continue the encounter anyway. Not through the critic's framework, which demands that the shadow immediately justify its existence or be resuppressed, but through the gentler, more spacious framework of honest curiosity. What is this? Where did it come from? What does it need? Asked with genuine curiosity rather than judgment, the shadow almost always answers. Chapter 41. The Self Beneath Survival. There is a self that preceded the adaptations. Before the child learned to manage the household's emotional weather, before the teenager learned which expression of themselves was acceptable and which would be punished, before the adult learned the language of the professional persona and began to speak it more fluently than their own, before all of it, a self, original, unperformed, the self that simply was before the world began to instruct it in how to be. Jung called this the self, capital S, to distinguish it from the ego. The ego is the center of the conscious mind, the managing, performing, decision-making structure. The self is larger, the totality of the psyche, including all that has not been conscious. The self is what the ego is part of, rather than what the ego is all of. The self cannot be destroyed by the adaptations. It can be covered, it can be buried under years of performance, but it cannot be eliminated. It is too fundamental to what a person is. Helena discovered this in a way she described to her therapist as almost embarrassing in its simplicity. She had been in a session describing a period from her childhood, a summer she remembered with particular vividness. She was 10 years old, on a beach in the south of the country where she had grown up. Her parents were present but not requiring anything of her for an extended period of time. And she had simply played, in the sand, alone, for what she remembered as hours. She said, "I remember not thinking about anything, just doing the thing, the shapes in the sand." Her therapist asked, "What was that like?" Helena was quiet. Then, like being entirely myself. The sand, the shapes. A 10-year-old on a beach who was not managing anything, who was simply herself. That self, unperformed, unmanaged, entirely present to its own activity, is the self that Jung spent his life describing and seeking. Not something to be constructed, something to be returned to. Let the night be still. You are close to something. Thomas, near the end of a long period of therapy, described sitting by the river on a Thursday morning and feeling what he called the underneath. He could not describe it more precisely than that. Beneath the thoughts, beneath the history, beneath the accumulated decades of competence and management and careful organization, something steady. It was not new. He had a strong intuition that it had always been there, that the entire project of his adult life, the control, the management, the efficiency, had been built on top of it without ever quite acknowledging it. The self beneath survival is not a mystical concept. It is the practical recognition that beneath the functional self, the one that gets things done and manages relationships and navigates the world, there is a deeper ground, a foundation, something that was present before the adaptations and remains present beneath them. Contact with that ground is what Jung meant by individuation, not a destination. A quality of contact, however brief, however occasional, with what is actually there. The self beneath survival is available. It has been waiting with remarkable patience for you. Winnicott's concept of the good enough mother is relevant here. He was not describing an ideal parent. He was describing a real one who met the child's needs adequately, responded to genuine distress, allowed the authentic expression of the child's interior, not perfectly, consistently enough. The good enough mother creates the conditions for the true self to develop. The child, finding its authentic expressions met with sufficient consistency, learns that the true self is safe, that the interior is not too dangerous to inhabit, that being real does not result in abandonment. When those conditions were not sufficiently present, when the mother or father was too overwhelmed, too absent, too anxious, too controlling to provide that consistent response, the true self went into a kind of protective withdrawal, and the false self, attentive to what was wanted rather than what was actually felt, took over the management. The self beneath survival is the true self in this sense, the one that was always there, that does not require a perfect childhood to reclaim. That requires in the adult sufficient safety created through therapy, through practice, through the cultivation of genuine interior attention for the original self to find it safe to return. It is returning tonight, in the quiet, in the permission of this dark. Chapter 42. A softer inner authority. The inner critic was borrowed. This we established. It arrived from outside and was internalized so thoroughly that it came to feel like the voice of genuine self-knowledge. But there is another voice available, one that is actually original. Jung described it in various ways across his work. He called it the voice of the self, or the deeper wisdom, or in his more explicitly religious later writing, the voice of God within. Though he was careful to use this language symbolically rather than doctrinally, he was describing a psychological reality, not a theological one. What he meant, regardless of the language, was this: beneath the borrowed critical voice, beneath the imported standards and the inherited judgments, there is a quality of inner authority that is genuinely the individual's own. That speaks from genuine self-knowledge. That is slower than the critic, quieter, less urgent, and considerably more accurate. It tends to speak in moments of calm, after the critic has exhausted itself. In the early morning, before the day has filled with its obligations. In the specific kind of tiredness that comes after genuine effort, which is different from the tiredness of performance. In the moment, after a difficult conversation, when the adrenaline having cleared, you can sense what the conversation was actually about. This voice does not shout. It does not insist. It says, in its quiet way, the thing that is simply true. Richard heard it for the first time, or recognized it for the first time, because he understood it had been present on a Thursday morning, sitting with his wife over coffee before she was fully awake. He was watching her read, and he thought, I love this person. Not the thought of loving her, the actual thing, present, specific, clear. He had loved her for 30 years. He had expressed it in appropriate ways at appropriate times. But that morning, in the simple quiet of before the day, he felt it without interpretation, without management, without conversion into any particular action. Just, I love this person. Let your chest be open. Let that land where it needs to. The softer inner authority speaks in this register, unperformed, specific, present. It knows what matters to you. It has always known. It was covered by the louder voices, the critic, the expectation, the social calibration, but it was never gone. Learning to hear it is partly a matter of creating the conditions in which it can be heard. Silence, regularity, the practice of attending to the interior. The quieting, over time, of the louder voices, not through argument, but through disuse. When the critic speaks, you do not need to agree with it or argue with it. You can simply note it. There is the critic doing what it does and return to the quieter signal. The quieter signal is the one worth following. It is the only one that actually knows you. Marcus Aurelius was a man with almost unlimited external authority who spent his private hours in rigorous consultation with his own interior. The Meditations are not a record of confident leadership. They are a record of a man asking himself again and again, am I actually living according to what I believe? Am I allowing external circumstance to determine my inner state, or am I maintaining the one thing that cannot be taken by circumstance? He was not always successful. The journal makes that clear. He failed by his own standards regularly. He noted the failures without excessive self-punishment and returned to the intention. This is the softer inner authority, the one that holds a genuine standard, not an impossible one, not a borrowed one, but one that belongs to the actual values of the actual person and applies it with the consistency of honest attention rather than the rigidity of perfectionism. The authority that belongs to you knows you. It has been watching you your whole life. It knows the difference between genuine failure and the inevitable imperfection of being human. It knows what you are actually capable of and what you are not yet capable of. It is, of all the voices available, the most accurate. Trust it more than the critic. It has better information. Chapter 43, Rest from Self-Betrayal. Self-betrayal is the act of consistently choosing, in the small daily decisions that constitute a life, something that does not correspond to who you actually are. The suppression of the genuine response in favor of the appropriate one. The accommodation of others' needs at the consistent expense of your own. The performance of a self that you do not, at the interior level, recognize. It is not dramatic. It is very ordinary. It happens in small increments across decades, and the accumulating weight of it is what produces the fog Thomas described, the sourness in Jung's correspondent, the ache that has no specific object. The self that has been betrayed in this way is not gone, but it is tired. Tired of being overridden, tired of generating the appropriate signal only to have it converted into something else before it reaches the surface. Rest from self-betrayal is not, therefore, about changing the circumstances of the life. It is about changing the internal relationship to those circumstances, about no longer spending the internal energy required to perform a self that is not quite real. This is more concrete than it sounds. Thomas, in his 4th year of Thursday mornings, made a decision that seemed small and turned out to be enormous. His adult children regularly called on Sunday afternoons, and these calls had a specific quality. They were organized around the children's needs. Thomas listened, supported, problem-solved, offered practical guidance. He was, in the calls, the father, the reliable one, the resource. One Sunday, his son called with a difficulty. Thomas listened, and then, unexpectedly, he said, "I'm having a hard week myself, actually." Not as a bid for attention, as a simple fact. His son paused, then said, with genuine warmth, "Tell me." Thomas told him. It took about 5 minutes. His son listened. They talked. Thomas hung up and sat for a moment, in his chair by the window, feeling something he did not have a word for. Eventually, he found one. He felt, he said, like himself. Let your body rest. No performance is required here. The rest from self-betrayal is the experience of Thomas in that moment, not a grand renovation of the life, a small decision to be honest about a state that was actually present with a person who could receive it. Multiplied across enough small decisions, across enough small moments of choosing what is actually true over what is expected, the accumulated weight lifts. Not all at once, slowly, in increments as small as the original accumulation. The self that was betrayed, given consistent recognition and honest expression, does not demand more than this. It asks only to be here, to be included in the life, to occasionally say what it actually thinks, feel what it actually feels, want what it actually wants. The rest comes from stopping the expenditure of energy on the performance, from the simple, profound relief of being, even in small doses, genuinely yourself. The small daily decisions that constitute self-betrayal accumulate slowly enough that the accumulation is rarely noticed in the moment. The decision to say, "I'm fine," when something more specific is true. The decision to agree to an obligation you already know will cost more than it should. The decision to suppress the feeling that arrives inconveniently. Each one, individually, seems insignificant. The sum of them across decades is a life slightly lived beside itself. Thich Nhat Hanh, writing about the nature of peace in his 1987 text, Being Peace, described a form of suffering he observed in many of his students. The suffering of the person who has organized their life entirely around the needs and comfort of others, and who has, through this chronic outward orientation, lost contact with their own interior state. He was not calling this selfishness to avoid. He was calling it a form of suffering to attend to. The rest from self-betrayal begins with the recognition that attending to your own interior is not selfishness. It is the precondition for genuine presence with others. The person who knows what they actually feel, want, and need is better able to be genuinely present to the feelings, wants, and needs of others, not performing presence, actually there. The honest interior relationship is the foundation of the honest relational one. Chapter 44, The Late Gift of Honesty. There is a phrase Jung used in his later correspondence that carries extraordinary weight in only a few words. He wrote to a patient in his 80s that the gift of the second half of life, if it is used at all, is honesty. He meant specifically the interior honesty we have been circling all night, not the performed honesty of confession, not the honesty that makes announcements. The quiet, private, consistent honesty of allowing yourself to know what you actually know, to feel what you actually feel, to see your own life as it actually was, rather than as it was convenient for it to be. This honesty, he said, is a late gift, not available in the first half. In the first half, there is too much at stake. The projects are active, the investments are current. The self-image must be sufficiently protected to sustain the effort required. In the second half, when the projects are completed or completing or reconsidering, the protection becomes less necessary. The space opens, and into that space, if the person is willing, honesty can move. Not brutally. There is no virtue in brutal honesty with oneself any more than with others. The late gift of honesty is offered gently, with compassion, with the recognition that the person who is now being honest has been doing their best for a long time under the conditions available. But it is offered, and it is genuine. Richard, in his early 60s, wrote his wife a letter. He gave it to her over breakfast. It was not a dramatic letter, it was simply honest. It said, "I have not always known how to be present to you. I have been capable in ways that were visible and absent in ways that were less visible. I am working on the second. I wanted you to know that I know." She read it. She put it down. She said, "I have been waiting 20 years for that letter." He had written it in 40 minutes on a Thursday morning at the table by the window while the birds were in the garden and the house was still. The late gift of honesty requires only the willingness to receive it, to stop postponing the reckoning, to sit down in the quiet and allow the interior to speak without management. It is available right now, in this quiet, in this dark. Feel the stillness. It is yours. There is a specific quality of honesty available in the second half of life that is not available in the first. The honesty of someone who no longer needs to win, who is no longer competing for a position that is not yet secured, who has enough of the major questions settled that the energy previously devoted to securing them is now available for something else. What it is available for is truth. The simple, private, unhurried truth of the actual life as it was actually lived. Without the editing for presentation, without the narrative that protects the self-image, without the management, Helena, in her late 50s, described going through old letters she had written to a friend in her 20s. She was startled by the frankness, by how honestly she had written about her fears, her desires, her confusions. She had been, in her 20s, considerably more honest in private correspondence than she was in any conversation of her 50s. She said, "I used to be less afraid," her therapist said, or perhaps more willing to be afraid. The late gift of honesty is the return of that willingness, not through naivety, not through the absence of stakes, but through the gradual recognition that the real stakes are interior ones. That what is lost by honesty is only the comfortable version of the self-image, and what is gained is the actual self, which has been waiting all this time for exactly this permission. Chapter 45, Becoming Whole at Night. The night is the most honest part of the day. In the day, there are roles to play and obligations to meet, and the continuous motion of a life in progress. The persona is active, the management systems are running, the performance is ongoing. In the night, these things quiet. The role holders are asleep, the obligations are suspended, the performance has no audience. And in this quiet, the actual interior becomes more available. The things that were covered by the day's momentum surface slowly. The feelings that were too inconvenient for daylight arrive, gently or otherwise, in the dark. This is not a malfunction. The night revealing the interior is not insomnia's pathology. It is the psyche doing what it is designed to do in the conditions that allow it. What is becoming whole at night? It is the process we have been following all evening, the gradual, unhurried permission to include more of what is actual in the sense of self, the shadow acknowledged, the inner child met. The inner critic heard without being obeyed, the grief for former selves felt, the unlived life recognized, the hidden self forgiven. None of this is dramatic. None of it happens all at once. It is the work of many nights and many quiet mornings and many small, honest moments stretched across the years. But it is happening. It has been happening in you, tonight, in the particular way that listening to ideas that resonate is a form of meeting yourself. Elena, near the end of a long period of inner work, described something she called the permission I gave myself. Not a formal decision, a gradual relaxation of the management. A willingness to let the interior be what it was rather than what it should be. She said it felt like setting down a bag she had been carrying for so long she had forgotten it was in her hand. Let your hands rest. Open. Jung's final and deepest insight about wholeness was this: the whole person is not the person who has resolved their contradictions. It is the person who has learned to live with them, who can hold the tension between the persona and the shadow, between the organized self and the chaotic self, between what was lived and what was not, without collapsing the tension prematurely into a false resolution. The whole person is large enough to contain the paradox. You are that large. You have always been that large. The project of the second half of life is not to become larger. It is to recognize the largeness already present. To stop insisting on the smaller, more manageable version of yourself and to allow the actual size of who you are. With all of it. The managed and the unmanaged. the achieved and the unlived, the good and the shadow, the face and the mask, all of it. You. The image of wholeness that Jung returned to most often was the mandala, the circular symbol divided into 4 quadrants that appears in religious and artistic traditions across cultures and across history. He saw it appear spontaneously in the drawings and paintings of his patients during periods of integration. The psyche, he believed, naturally produced this symbol when the process of individuation was genuinely underway. He was not claiming a mystical significance for the mandala. He was observing a psychological one. The circle represents totality, the inclusion of all parts within a single bounded form. The fourfold division represents the differentiation within that totality, the recognition that wholeness is not sameness but the inclusion of difference. You are tonight a form of this. The parts that were not yet included in the conscious self are being, through this night's listening, at least gestured toward. The shadow acknowledged. The persona understood as one part rather than the whole. The unlived life recognized as real. The inner child met with compassion. None of this is resolution. It is orientation. The direction toward wholeness undertaken. The night making its quiet contribution to a process that has been happening, whether you have been attending to it or not, all along. The mandala does not need to be completed in one sitting. It unfolds over a life. What matters is the orientation toward it. Chapter 46, Sleep Beside the True Self. There is a quality of sleep that is different from the sleep of exhaustion. The sleep of exhaustion arrives when the system has been running hard enough, long enough, that it simply shuts down. It is deep, often dreamless, and productive. It repairs. But it is not quite what we are pointing toward. The sleep of peace is different. It arrives when the interior is quiet, not because it has been suppressed, but because it has been heard. When the day that is ending has been, in some essential way, genuine. When the self that went through the day was, in enough moments, the actual self rather than the performed one. This sleep is the reward of the work we have been describing all evening. Not the reward of having finished the work never finishes, but the partial reward available at any stage to any person who has spent even a small portion of the day in honest relationship with their own interior. Thomas, at 68, said he slept differently. He could not quantify it. He had no metric for it. But the 4 in the morning wakefulness had become rare, and when it came, it was less frightening. He knew what was in the dark. He had been there. The dark was familiar territory now. He could lie awake at 4 in the morning and think about Thomas, not with alarm, with something more like curiosity. And then, often, sleep would return. The true self does not require quiet to sleep. It requires recognition. When it has been recognized, when enough of the day has been lived genuinely enough, it settles. Not because all the questions are answered, because it knows it has been heard. Let the night hold you now. Jung, in his late 60s, made a series of decisions about how to spend his remaining years that looked, from the outside, eccentric. He withdrew increasingly from professional obligations. He carved stone at his lakeside house in Bollingen, spending days working with his hands. He cooked his own meals. He tended his garden. He was not being antisocial. He was being honest. The interior demanded simplicity. The achieved professional life had been real, and it was complete. What remained was the simpler life, the one that asked less of the persona and more of the actual self. He wrote, in that period, some of his most intimate and honest work. The true self, given the conditions it needs, produces not performance, the genuine thing. Sleep beside the true self tonight. It is here with you, in this quiet. It has been here all along, through the chapters, through the honesty, through the gradual loosening of everything that was held too tightly. You do not have to protect it. You do not have to manage it. You do not have to perform for it. Just sleep. There is a particular quality of rest available to the person who has been, even partially, genuinely themselves during the day. It is different from the rest of the depleted person. The depleted person sleeps heavily because the body needs to repair what the performance cost. The genuine person rests more lightly because less was spent on maintenance. More of the energy went toward actual living. Jung observed this in his clinical work and in his own experience. The years of genuine interior engagement, difficult as they often were, produced a quality of aliveness that the managed years had not. Not comfort, necessarily, presence. The philosopher William James, in his late correspondence, wrote about what he called the energies of men, the untapped reserves of capacity that most people never access because they are too busy maintaining the surface. He believed that genuine engagement with the deeper self, with the actual motivations, the actual values, the actual interior life, released energy that the surface management was consuming. The true self, inhabited rather than performed, is less expensive. The energy saved from the maintenance of the persona becomes available for the actual living of the life. Sleep beside the true self is lighter sleep. It does not need to manage anything. It can simply rest. Chapter 47. The Soul After Fear. The soul after fear is not fearless. Let us be precise about this. The person who has done the work of individuation, who has faced the shadow, met the inner child, heard the inner critic without being destroyed by it, acknowledged the unlived life, felt the grief for former selves, this person does not arrive at fearlessness. Fear is part of being alive. It does not leave. What changes is the relationship to the fear. Before the work, fear was the director. It ran the production from behind the scenes. The control was driven by fear. The management was driven by fear. The performance was driven by fear. The whole elaborate structure of the defended self was, at its root, organized around keeping the feared things at bay. After the work, after enough genuine encounter with the interior, fear becomes one of the available experiences rather than the organizing principle. It arrives, it is felt, and it passes. Or it is held alongside other things without being obeyed, without question. Adam, describing the end of a long period of growth, said, "I still feel afraid of things, but I am not organized around the fear anymore." He paused. "Then, I didn't realize I had been organized around it until I wasn't." That reorganization is subtle. The external life may look the same. The fear may visit just as often. But it is no longer running the show. Feel the quiet in your chest. Feel what is there beneath the thoughts. Thomas More writes that the soul flourishes in the absence of fear's dominion, not in the absence of fear itself, in the absence of its authority. The soul can coexist with fear, can acknowledge it, feel it, honor what it is pointing toward. But the soul does its best work when fear is not the final word. Viktor Frankl, who had more reason than most to understand what fear can do to a human being, made the observation that freedom is not the absence of fear. Freedom is the capacity to choose in the presence of fear. To feel the fear and then act from what you value rather than from what the fear demands. This is the soul after fear. The self that has been honest enough for long enough about what it actually is, that it knows its own values well enough to act from them even in the presence of the fear. The fear may say, "Stay small, stay managed, do not expose the actual interior." The soul says, "Here is what I actually believe is worth doing." And the soul, when it has been attended to long enough, begins to be heard over the fear. Not always, not permanently, in the specific moments when it matters most. That is enough. That is in fact the whole thing. Erik Erikson's final stage of human development, what he called the tension between integrity and despair, is lived through this territory. The person who can hold their fear while acting from their values is working toward integrity in his sense, not moral perfection. Wholeness, the capacity to look at the full life, including the fear, including the failures, including the unlived portions, and find it coherent, genuinely one's own. Despair, in his framework, is not the despair of dramatic suffering. It is the quieter despair of the person who arrives at the end of a life and finds it unfamiliar, who cannot recognize themselves in the choices that were made, who realizes too late in their estimation that the life was organized around managing fear rather than living from value. The soul after fear is the soul that is still working, that has not yet surrendered the possibility of living from value, that knows the fear is present and is no longer allowing it to be the primary authority. Jung, in his very old age, he died in 1961 at the age of 85, gave interviews in which he spoke about his own fear of death. He was not serene about it. He was honest. He said he did not know what lay beyond. He said he had images and impressions and a lifetime of engagement with the symbolic material that pointed in various directions. But he did not know. What he had was the life, fully lived, honestly attended to, the soul, after a great deal of fear, having chosen again and again to remain present to its own experience. That is the choice available to all of us, tonight and every night. Chapter 48. The Quiet Face Within. We began in a dark room, with a question forming, not announced, with the stillness of a house that has gone quiet, and the particular silence of a mind that has finally stopped having to manage everything. We began with a mirror, with a man standing in his bathroom at 60, looking at a face he recognized but did not quite know. We have been in that question all night. The question was not, who should I be? The question was, who am I, actually, beneath everything I have been performing? And what does it mean to live closer to that? Jung spent his life asking that question. On behalf of his patients, on behalf of the culture he was embedded in, and on behalf of himself. He was not a serene man. He was a deeply alive man, which means he was often afraid, often uncertain, often confronted by aspects of himself that he would have preferred not to see. And he looked steadily, with the honesty he is asking of us tonight. The quiet face within is not a final discovery. It is not the self you will arrive at after sufficient work and remain for the rest of your days, stabilized and composed and permanently in touch with your depths. It is the face that is present in the pauses, in the brief intervals between performance and management and obligation, in the quiet that comes after honesty, in the particular quality of an early morning, or a river on a Thursday, or a bookshop in the rain. In this dark, there are two kinds of self-knowledge. We began with the first, the knowledge of the self in relation to the world. We have moved across these hours toward the second, the knowledge of the self in relation to itself. The second kind is quieter. It is less legible to others. It does not produce credentials or accomplishments, but it is more solid. It is the thing that remains when everything else, the role, the title, the produced self, is laid aside. Richard found it in a bookshop, and in a letter, and in a Thursday morning that had become its own kind of practice. Helena found it in the room with the window and the chair and the garden. In the daughter's text, I see you. Thomas found it on the bench by the river, in the cold, in the 4 minutes he was simply there. Elena found it in the space between managing and being. In the moment, she allowed herself to simply be something other than useful. Adam found it on the far side of the anger, in the tenderness it had been protecting, in the word afraid, spoken aloud to the son he loved. You have been finding it. In the course of this listening, in whatever small moments of honest recognition arrived for you in the dark. Let your breath be completely easy now. The quiet face within is not something to be achieved. It was never not there. It has been present, beneath the performance, throughout everything. The adaptations covered it. The persona kept it at a managed distance. The shadow carried portions of it that were set aside. But it was here. It is here. Jung wrote in a letter very near the end of his life that he felt he had spent 80 years learning to be the person he was on the first day. The whole of the individual life, in his view, is in some sense a return, a gradual, sometimes painful, always necessary movement back toward the original self, the one that was present before the world began to instruct it in how to be. That self is intact. It is waiting, as it has always been waiting, not with impatience, but with the patience of something that knows it is fundamental, that cannot ultimately be lost. That will be found again, as it has been found in fragments tonight, in every quiet moment offered to it. You do not need to do anything now. You do not need to plan anything or decide anything or be anything other than exactly what you are in this moment. A person in a dark room listening. The quiet face is within you. It has always been within you. Let it rest. Sleep now.